So, you guys have to forgive my tardiness. Please excuse my tardiness. Press 1 if y'all can hear me. So, I'm having a day. I'm having a day. I don't know how many times y'all have heard me say that, I feel like Tony Stark's uh, father. I feel like Howard Stark. The reason why I say that is because I am limited by the technology of my time. Just can't do what I want to do with the technology that I have. It's really annoying. And this has been a problem ever since they discontinued the Go XLR. For those of you that don't know, if you've never podcasted or live streamed, the Go XLR was the answer to everyone's prayers. It was the perfect mixer. Perfect in every fucking way. In the moment that they disbanded that company for whatever fucking reason, which means that the Go XLR eventually would stop getting updates and it'll stop working. So mine is up there right now, and it's just ridiculous. So some of the guys that created the Go XLR, they once that company got shut down, Helicon, whatever they call it, they went over and started a company called Beacon, and they made the Beacon. Matter of fact, hold on, I'll show you exactly. Hold on one second, guys. So the guys that made the Go XLR, once the company was shut down, they went and made this, which is the Beacon Mix, right? Now, the only problem with the Beacon Mix, look at the back of it. Now, you tell me what dumb son of a bitch would have the bright idea to make a mixer that only has a USB connection. I can give you every reason as to why this is the dumbest idea that anybody could have ever had. Right? Because you're limited in certain aspects, right? Now this is the Fifine, I guess that's how you pronounce that, mixer. It's very inexpensive. But they were smart enough to have not only the USB, but a line out, line in, headset plug in, and the freaking plug in for the microphone, right? Only problem is this shit is cheap, inexpensive, so the sound quality is not going to be the same. Sound quality on this is great. A lot of options, except because I don't know if y'all notice, whenever I go live in the studio, this is what I'm using. And if you notice, when I'm talking to you guys and I pull up a screen like this, if I pull up a screen like this and play something in the studio, if you notice, there's an echo. Have y'all noticed that? How many of y'all noticed that? Press 1 if y'all noticed that. If I pull up a screen in the studio and play the screen, there's an echo. There was never echo before. And I'm going to tell you why there was never echo. Because the Go XLR had these on the back of it, which meant I routed the sound from the computer into the mixer, right? With a 3.5 millimeter jack. So from the computer to the mixer. That means instead of the sound coming from the computer going to the KRK monitor speakers, the computer sound is going into the line in the mixer, being mixed, and then the line out is going to the speakers. So because it's going that way, there's no delay. So I don't have to sit here with headphones on. I can just play the screen and it's coming out of my speakers and you guys don't hear echo. That's why the Go XLR was awesome. I can do it with this. I can do the same thing with this. In fact, I have another one of these that I already set up upstairs to replace this. And there's no echo. There's only one problem. When I go to press one of these buttons on my Stream Deck to play my sound effects, like the ones I have here in StreamYard.
That's that Beano energy.
Right? When I go to press a button to play one of those sound effects, through this, shit is distorted. Have absolutely no idea why. It didn't do that with the Go XLR. But for some reason, sound is distorted. Now, some of you might say, well, Angryman, why not just play the sound effect directly from the browser in StreamYard? Because I got to switch back and forth between the chat and the media assets, and then I have to scroll down and look for the sound effect. The whole point of the Stream Deck is not having to look for the sound effect. Out the corner of my eye, I know where the sound effect is at. Sometimes by memory might be the first three. I just reach over there and press it. I don't got to switch through nothing on the screen and none of that, right? It's about efficiency. You feel me? So, I've spent most of the day trying to solve this problem. Spent most of the day trying to solve this problem. Me and 3 different AIs can't solve this effing problem. And it's annoying because the solution to the problem is sitting in my studio right now in a box. It's the Go XLR. But these jackasses, how does your company fail when you literally created the very first mixer that was made specifically for live streamers and podcasters? They should be billionaires. It makes no sense. I suspect that the reason their company shut down wasn't because of a lack of product demand. It probably was because those jackasses probably couldn't get along. And I'm sorry. I know y'all came here for the topic, but I got to vent first. I got to get this shit off my chest. I got to tell somebody because this shit is so freaking annoying. Now, some would say, well, Angryman, you've been live streaming this whole time. Why is this an issue now? Well, I'll tell you why it's an issue now. So, in my studio, I have a gaming PC that is extremely powerful, but it glitches out from time to time. It be tripping. Y'all have seen me live on OBS. I'm using OBS in the studio, and the stream just shut down for no reason. Right? Y'all remember, any of y'all that's been around long enough, you know how many issues I've had with PCs, live streaming. So, when I go on vacation and stuff, I be wanting to live stream where I'm at, not just from my phone, but I need computer access. So I bought a Dell laptop, being cheap. Now, I bought my wife a freaking MacBook, but when it came time for me to buy myself a laptop, I bought a Dell laptop. I hated that Dell laptop, right? Hated it so much, it turned me off the laptops. And then last year, towards the beginning of last year, I bought my MacBook. And as you guys know, I would come out here and I would live stream from my phone. And one day I said, you know what? I should try live streaming from my MacBook. Didn't really work well with the Dell, but let me try it. And oh my God. I've never had any problems live streaming from this damn laptop. It's awesome. I literally plugged this into it and it just worked. I didn't have to download any drivers. I didn't have to do none of that. I plugged this mic in it. It just works. Like, holy shit. So then I'm like, okay, I'm limited to how many ports there are on the MacBook. I said, so what can I do to fix that? Because I got mad stuff I want to hook up, right? So I got this right here, the Anchor dock, right? This docking station gives me the ability to hook up numerous things that are powerful, right? So I'm using my iPhone 17 as a webcam. I've got a USB cable that is made specifically for video running into the Anchor. I have my my iPad running into the Anchor. I have this mic running into the Anchor. And the Anchor has power plugged to it, and it's running into the laptop via Thunderbolt port. So it handles the bulk of the power and the workload and all of that when it comes to pushing video and all of that shit, right? So I'm like, okay, cool. Awesome. Awesome, freaking awesome, right? So I have this mobile studio that when I go on vacation, if I go to a hotel room, I can do this setup anywhere. All of this stuff fits in this bag, right? Because all I need is this mic, my Anchor docking station, my iPad, my phone with the mount, and the laptop. That's all I need, right? So one day, I get to thinking. In the studio, I've got that PC up there. I've got 4 monitors, 2 Stream Decks, 2 Stream Deck pedals, a Sony Alpha 7 III, a bunch of little hard drives, bunch of little external hard drives, and just mad wires all over the place. And I'm like, why do I need all of this shit to live stream when I can literally live stream with the amount of equipment that fits in this bag? So I say, you know what? Screw this. I'm going to upgrade the studio, right? Or streamline it, because I'm sick of all the wires and all of that bullshit, right? Because I'm like, I can literally run the stuff that I need into the Anchor and get a Mac Studio, right? So that was my bright idea. My bright idea, right, was I was going to get a Mac Studio and I was going to hook the Mac Studio up to this Anchor, and I was going to run video. I was going to use the 4 monitors that I already have, and that way I could get rid of all of these wires, and I wouldn't have to be, and I'd be going live from a iOS product. I wouldn't have to worry about the computer glitching out, tripping, and all of that shit. And then in addition to that, all of my stuff would be connected because all of it is part of the same ecosystem. I don't got to worry about having access to this file or that file. Everything's connected, right? Only one problem. My goofy ass, right? Bro, stop kissing. Okay, you know what? You're out of here. Bye. I want y'all to think about that for a second. I want everybody in here to think about that for a second. A dude just came in here while I'm talking about all of this, and he said, bruh, stop kissing Drake's. Am I even talking about Drake right now? Are people really this functionally retarded. Like, what is wrong with people? Like, I'm not even talking about Drake right now. Like, that's how desperate niggas want to argue with me. They'll come in here and I could be talking about a whole different topic, and they'll say some goofy shit to try to rush me to get to the topic just so they can argue with me. Like, some of you niggas really don't have a life at all. Anyway, back to what I was saying. And keep in mind, some of you that are content creators, you should be paying attention, because you might come across this problem eventually. And trust me, I've come across every problem. I've got so much equipment. Look, this is the microphone. This is the beacon microphone that goes to the beacon mix. You feel me? I got the freaking Stream Deck XLR, right? All of this shit, because I'm out here trying to freaking figure out what works and what doesn't work, right? So my whole thing is, I'm gonna get rid of this PC because I'm done with PCs. I don't care what nobody says. You guys, people can hate on Apple products all they want to, but the way Apple products work, the way a freaking MacBook works, the way an iMac works, it's the shit is flawless compared to a PC. PCs are goofy. You got drivers and all this other extra bullshit, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get the Mac Studio, and the one I'm gonna get is a beast. The shit costs like $3,000, right? So I'm gonna get the Mac Studio. I'm gonna hook that up to those 4 monitors. I'm gonna have the wireless Apple keyboard and the wireless mouse. I'm gonna have the Anchor, hook all of that stuff into the Mac Studio, and I'll have very little wiring that I'll have to manage, because now my wire management is ridiculous, but I'll have very little wiring and maximum efficiency, right? Only problem is the freaking Mac Studio is on back order. I tried to order it. And here's where the problem comes in. I ordered it at the beginning of April 3rd. When I ordered it, I looked at the status of it. It said, you will receive your product. Your estimated delivery date is May 14th to May 18th. So a whole damn month. And I'm like, what the hell? So I said, screw it. I'll just wait. It's a month. It's not that long. I ordered the keyboard, ordered the mouse. That already came. That's upstairs. So halfway through the month, I decided to check the status of it. And the status said, waiting for payment. And I'm like, what do you mean waiting for payment? I already paid for the damn thing. So apparently, this is what Apple does. When you purchase an Apple product, it only holds the payment. It doesn't take the payment until the item is shipped. So if you have an item on back order that hasn't shipped, that payment that it was temporarily holding, it releases it. And once it releases it, you have to put the information back in and go through the process of buying it again. So every time I did this, because it's on back order, it just kept doing the same shit. So I said, you know what? I'm through. I'm done. I don't even want the damn thing anymore. So then I get the bright idea. I say, you know what? I have 2 MacBooks. Instead of getting the Mac Studio, I'll just use my MacBook and I'll live stream from that in the studio. and I'll connect the MacBook to my monitors. So I'll use the MacBook and I'll hook it up so that it can use the extra screens, right? Only problem is with a MacBook, it can only do 2 screens unless you do some extra shit, right? So I said, oh, that's cool. Since I'm not spending $3,000 on no freaking Mac Studio, I'll just get 2 curved monitors. Because if I get 2 49-inch curved monitors and stack them on top of each other, that's the equivalent of 6 screens compared to what I got now. And the MacBook, through the Anchor, can run 2 screens, right? Especially if the if it's like 60 hertz, 120 hertz, something like that, it can do it, right? So I'm like, cool, that's what I'll do. So I ordered me another Anchor for the studio. I ordered the 2 curved monitors. I ordered some stands for my KRK speakers, and I ordered a NAS. I ordered a freaking storage. I ordered 128 terabyte storage NAS, right? So I can get rid of all of those hard drives. I can just put everything in one place, right? And then on top of that, the NAS that I'm ordering is the Ugreen NAS. It's like your own personal cloud, but locally in your house, right? And so I'm like, okay, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set up a docking station for my laptop. I'm gonna mount those 2 curved 49-inch monitors. I'm gonna use the Anchor to hook them up. I'll hook one of the monitors up with the Thunderbolt port, and I'll hook the other one up with the HDMI port, right? And so then my laptop will be basically the operating system that runs on those 2 screens, and I can live stream from there. And because it's the MacBook, I can just hook up this mic with no problem. I can use this mixer. I don't got to get a Rodecaster. I don't need a freaking Go XLR. And then I can just go from there. Cool. Sounds like a solution, right? Until I put everything in the cart, order it. And the way I order shit for the studio, I have a business account, and I'll put enough money in the business account to order all this stuff. So I put all of the money in the business account to order this stuff, right? I go to look and see if the stuff is going to be delivered on time, and it's telling me I got to revise the freaking payment. And so I call Amazon. I'm like, why do I have to revise the payment? I'm literally looking in my bank account, and it shows that you guys took the payment. And it was like, yeah, but it was short a little bit. I'm like, but it's still processing. So I had to give them more money, almost the full amount, just so the shit would go through. And then I got to wait for that processing to go through so that original amount will be sent back to me. I told you, I'm having a day, bro. I'm having a day. I'm having one hell of a day. I'm having one hell of a day. Because they're like, well, the reason why I didn't go through, yeah, it's processing. And, you know, on your bank side, it's processing, but they'll release the funds sooner or later. But, you know, on our side, we can't go through with the order because there isn't enough, you know, there wasn't enough money. So it probably was like short $10 or some goofy shit like that, right? So I just put more money in the account so the shit will go through. In fact, let me check it right now just to make sure. Freaking goofy as hell, man. See, now it's going through. Now it's going through. Now it's going through. So the laptop docking station will be here tomorrow. The mounts for the curved monitor will be here tomorrow. One of the 49-inch curved monitors will be here tomorrow. And then the other one won't be here till Wednesday. That's what it was. Amazon is so goofy, bro. You know what they do? Instead of taking the full payment at once, what they do is if you order multiple items, they'll take the payment for this item. Then they'll take the payment for this item. Then they'll take the payment for this item. Like it's goofy as shit, man. And then what happens if you have something else come out of that account and it makes it, because that's probably what happened. It was probably short for one of the monitors. And see, the whole reason why I grabbed the curved monitors the other day is because they had them on, they was on sale, bro. They was on sale. I was like, oh shit, I'm grabbing these joints right now. Right now. You feel me? And so I've been having a day today. And then it still gets worse because when the stuff comes, I'm gonna have to take those other monitors down. I'm gonna have to take those mounting brackets down. I'm gonna have to put the new mounting bracket up. I'm gonna have to put the new monitors up. I'm gonna have to go through all of those cables. I'm gonna have to put a bunch of that shit in storage. But it's time. It's time. That's the whole reason why I don't be up there streaming from the studio, because I'm sick of that damn PC not acting right. Should be tripping. When I first bought this shit and hooked it to that PC, bro, I caught so much hell trying to get this shit to act right. You have no earthly idea, bro. Telling you right now, somebody in this world would make a ton of money if they started a business just going to people's homes and setting up their podcast equipment. If you're like an audio visual guy that's an expert at mixers and audio and video and cameras and shit, you could make a ton of money being a podcast studio consultant, where you go to somebody's house, you ask them, okay, what type of podcast are you trying to set up? Oh, well, I want a table where I got two mics here, and I want to have a camera over here and a camera over there, and I want to be able to talk on the mics without having a headset, and blah 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 blah, and you give them an estimate. You give them an estimate. They pay the deposit. You come and set up all the shit. You tell them how much the equipment is gonna cost. You go and buy the equipment. You set the shit up for them, and then they pay you the rest of the money once all of the shit is set up, bro. You would make a killing doing that shit. You would make a killing. I would do it if I actually was an expert at the shit. I'm just making the shit up as I go along. You feel me? I'm just throwing shit together as I go along, because what happens is the shit that I be wanting to do, that there isn't any technology for it. Because the shit to me could be so simple, but you know, the technology for it doesn't exist. You feel me? I just found out about this Anchor docking station, because the problem I was having is, you only have like a certain amount of USB ports. So this computer only has 3 USB ports, USB-C ports. So if you only have 3 USB-C ports, you're limited. So you have to get stuff like this. You feel me? Now this is for the USB joints, to get extra USB. But the problem is, and this what nobody will tell you, if you just have this and it doesn't have power, it ain't gonna do shit for you. It ain't gonna do nothing for you. So you have to get a docking station. You have to get a docking station that actually has power to it, right? So when I found this Anchor joint, I was like, okay, cool. That's what I need. That's gonna work. You feel me? That's gonna work. But I've been going through it today, y'all. I've been going through it. And in fact, hold on for a second. I'm gonna grab the other one so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. Hold on one second. So this is what I'm talking about right here. Right? This is the Anchor. What do they call this shit? The Anchor Prime docking station. It's for Thunderbolt 5 and 4 laptops. It has 140 watts max charge, fast charging, up to 8K high resolution, and 120 gigabytes max data transfer, right? So I'm gonna show you why this thing is cool. So if you got a laptop and you want to hook other stuff up to the laptop, like you want to hook a webcam, or another monitor. Okay, so on the back, right? So that's your power source, right? So this is where you can hook a monitor in these 2 spots right here, right? Then you got your Ethernet port, and then you got your Thunderbolt ports, and this is where you hook the computer, right? So you hook the computer up there in this one spot right here, and then you got all of these other ports that you hook all your stuff up to, and then, you know, it don't matter if you only got 3 ports on your laptop, right? And because this has power, it's charging your laptop too. And then on the front, it has chargers too. So you can literally charge, you can charge your phone and all of that other stuff too. And it's got like the headphone jack, right? But this shit is awesome. That shit is awesome. You feel me? Now it's gonna set you back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna set you back a couple $100, but it's worth it. So that's what I've been going through today, right? That's what I've been going through today. Now, on the plus side, I went to Whataburger for the first time today. For those of you that don't know, Raleigh never had a Whataburger. I always heard everybody talking about Whataburger, Whataburger, Whataburger. Never been to a Whataburger before. So today, I was so freaking stressed out. I said, you know what? Let me just step away from all of this technology because the shit is getting on my nerves. And let me go to Whataburger, get me something to eat because I've never been there before, right? So I go to Whataburger, and oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bruh. All I'm going to say is this. Somebody probably saw me. Somebody probably was like, yo, I seen Angryman pulling out of the Whataburger, eating a big ass burger in the drop top. And I started not to even eat the burger until I got home. And I wish I would have did that. I wish I would have did that. Because look, I ain't even going to front, y'all. I got halfway through that burger and the itis was hitting me. And I was like, damn, I should have waited till I got home to eat this damn burger. I ain't gonna lie. I'm sitting there eating the burger. Like, you ever eat some food and you're like in the car eating it and you're like, damn, I should have waited till I got home because I gotta try to drive this car and fight this traffic, and I want to just enjoy this food. Bruh, the damn itis started hitting me. I was like, damn. I was starting to feel like I might need to pull the car over just so I can get my head together. I was struggling, bruh. I was struggling. And then I came back home and I said, you know what? I'm going to talk about this Jay-Z situation because it's time. It's time, bruh. I've been putting this shit off for so damn long. I've been trying my best. I've been trying my best to ignore this shit. I can't keep ignoring it. So I go upstairs, I go in the studio, and I sit down at my graphics station, and I start doing the graphics for today's show, right? I get finished, and I go tell my wife, I'm about to go in on your boy. So I'm going to keep it real with y'all. I'm jeopardizing my marriage right now. I ain't even going to front. Because my wife is one of the biggest Jay-Z fans on the planet. And she's a big Beyonce fan. So you already know. So you already know. So I go in there and she's sitting there with her freaking towel. You know how women, when they wash their hair, they got the towel wrapped up like a like a turban and shit. So she's sitting in the bed with her little towel turban or whatever, chilling. And I said, I'm about to go in on your boy. And she was like, who? Now, I can tell by the way she said who. She already knew who I was talking about. And she didn't like it. I could tell. She knew I was talking about Jay-Z and she did not like it. Because as soon as I said the shit, she was like, who? Pointed at me too. For a brief second, I thought about lying to her. But I said, fuck it. She gonna see the shit anyway. So I said, your boy, Jay-Z. No, matter of fact, what I said was that nigga that they calling Jay-Z. And she was like, so everybody's supposed to talk about him and he don't get to say nothing back. And then she starts going in. And I said, nah. I said, I don't care nothing about none of that shit. Absolutely, positively, none of that shit. This shit has been a long time coming. It's been a long time coming. And then she hit me with the coup de grace. And I didn't think she would do it, but she hit me with the coup de grace. She said, you only gonna talk about him because he said something about Drake. I said, what? Oh my God. Really? That's what we going with? That's where we going? There's only one problem with that shit. In fact, watch this. Watch this shit. I want y'all to hear the fury in her voice. I want y'all to hear her disgust with me. Hey, so I'm live right now, getting ready to talk about your boy.
I'm missing.
So I told everybody how disgusted you were with me, and the fact that you said that I'm only doing this because he said something about Drake.
It's the truth.
Which wounded me seriously. Mm-hmm. But I got one question to ask you, and I want you to be completely honest.
What?
Let the record show that when you and the girl decided to go to that Jay-Z concert, well, before you and the girl decided to go to the Jay-Z concert, you asked me if I wanted to go. What was my response?
No, Listen, don't be trying to get me to help you out with your little stream. I don't recall. How about that?
You do recall. What was my response?
I believe the fifth.
Just be honest. Just be honest. Just be honest. What was my response?
You said, I don't know who that new nigga is. I want to see old Jeezy. I don't know who this new nigga is. I don't want to see him.
So let the record show that Angryman said, I don't know who this new nigga is. I want to see the old Jay-Z, not this new nigga. Now, here's the other question. Was I a fan of Drake at that time?
I don't think so.
Exactly. Exactly.
What that got to do with the price of butter right now? You're not saying nothing bad about Hov.
It proves my point.
Again, you've been not saying nothing bad about Hov.
It proves my point. Now,
what's your point, Clyde?
My point is I've been having an issue with Jay-Z. I just ain't spoke on it. And I've been holding it in for years.
Get out of here.
For years, I've been holding this shit in.
What is your problem? Break it down. Simplify it. What is your problem?
Well, first of all, it started when this nigga decided he didn't want to cut his damn hair anymore.
Listen.
Walking around looking like he got a bunch of spiders having a meeting on his damn head. And then to make it worse, he grew out that cat in the hat locks bullshit looking like the damn Weeknd.
Again, what does that have to do with the price of
everything? It's the beginning of it. It's the beginning of his decline.
If his wife like it and she don't mind it.
She don't like it.
You don't know what she likes. She weird.
She don't like it at all.
What's your problem with him other than
she don't like it at all. If she liked it like that, you know that song she got. What's the name of the one where she's like, I'm so in love with you, you make me, and that shit right there. You do know that shit ain't about Hov, right?
Get off my phone.
You do know that shit is about that first boyfriend. You do know that, right? I ain't never heard her sing that powerful, ever. I know. I know she don't like it. All right, I'm gonna let you go back to whatever it is you doing because I'm about to cook. I'm about to cook.
His freestyle, it wasn't all right. It wasn't fire.
I'm about to cook. I'm about to cook.
You talk about rap and hip hop on the decline, and when the real ones come out and spit fire.
The real ones. Why didn't his ass back bleak the way he was supposed to? See, I'm gonna get into it today.
What you mean? Why
you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I'm gonna let you go so you can deal with whatever you dealing with over there.
I'm gonna be there in a minute.
Yeah, I hear you. Mm-hmm. So she may not have wanted to answer the question, but she did answer the question. So I'm going to say it again. I'm going to repeat it so you guys can hear it. My wife had tickets to go see Jay-Z years ago. We talking 2016, 2017. She told me I got tickets to go see Jay-Z. The tickets was for me and her. And I told her flat out, I don't want to see him because I don't know that new nigga. I don't know him. That's what I said. So she took the girl. And at that time, I was not a Drake fan. So, with that being said, this is not about Drake. But even if it was, I don't give a fuck. Because I've been holding this shit in for a while and I'm tired of pretending. And there's some of you out there that's tired of pretending. And I'm going to talk this shit today because it needs to be said. It needs to be said. I'm talking about every last bit of it, from the rooter to the tutor. Needs to be said. So, where do we begin? Oh, let's start with what I just said to my wife. Oh, no, 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 no. Before we go into any of this, we got to get the Beano roll call jumping. So, to everybody watching this, make sure you're supporting the show. Anybody that drops 20 or more will be part of the Beano roll call, and we will read your messages first during the Beano roll call. If you want your messages read immediately, all you have to do is be a sponsor or a super sponsor of the show. To be a sponsor, all you have to do is drop 100 or more. To be a super sponsor, all you have to do is drop 500 or more, and your messages will be read immediately. And you will be a sponsor of the show. Your name will go on the ticker, all of that good stuff. But we need 10 people to uh, get things rolling. So far, we've got, how many Beanos do we got so far? Let's see, 1, 2, 3. We got 3 people so far. We need 7 Beanos. We need 7 Beanos. We might have trouble getting some Beanos today. Angryman about to go in on Hove. Let's see. Will said there wasn't anyone better than Jay. Come on now, AM. I beg to differ, sir. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Before anybody says there wasn't anybody better than Hove, I think we need to be reminded that a man by the name of Earl Simmons existed, otherwise known as DMX, once known as the Divine Master of the Unknown, later referred to as Dark Man X, was most certainly better than Jay-Z. Show T1 Me K said, grown man asking other people for money, by the way. What do you think you do when you take your ass to a job? When you go to a job, you not asking someone for money? Yes or no? Yes or no? When you go to a job to work for someone else, Are you or are you not asking them for money? See, now he gonna get quiet and not respond. Now he gonna get quiet and not respond. Now, I don't know why individuals love to come in here and say little goofy things like this. Oh, thank you. Said, no, you're doing a service and being compensated. Y'all see that? So he's saying, no, you're not asking for money. You're doing a service and being compensated. You're doing a service and being compensated. I just said rage bait successful, bro. You are blind. Okay, so you're trying to rage bait me. How much does that pay? I'm sorry, like you got to forgive me. I come from a different generation than you. I come from Generation X. Like we don't do shit unless there's some sort of benefit to it. Hence the reason why I'm asking people to support the show, because I'm not going to do a show for free. So I'm trying to figure out, what do you get out of rage baiting someone? What, you come to the internet and you say, hey, your breath stinks. And then the person says, oh, my breath doesn't stink. And then you're like, yay, I won. I got him to get upset. Hooray. Laughter. Okay. So that's what you get out of it. You get to laugh at someone because you got on their nerves. You got on somebody's nerves, and that made you happy. That gave you a sense of levity to get on somebody's nerves. So my next question is, are you 5? Are you 5 years old? Are you 5 years old? And see, this is the funny thing, y'all. Then everybody comes to the internet and they say, oh my God, there's a crisis in the dating and relationship world. Why is it so hard for men to find women nowadays? I tell you why it's so hard for men to find women nowadays. It's not because the women are raggedy. It's because you men are a bunch of bitches. You men are a bunch of children. And the internet has proven that. That's the reason why y'all having so much difficulty finding good women, because good women don't want to be with prepubescent minded little boys who run to the internet to try to get on someone's nerves thinking that is a victory. See, grown men are actually out here accomplishing grown men shit. Little boys come to the internet and troll people. Little boys come to the internet and rage bait. Trolling and rage bait, all of that comes from online video game culture. That's where you got all of that shit from. And I'm going to say this right now, and let's be clear about it. If you're a grown-ass man spending the majority of your time online gaming, you are not an adult. You suffer from arrested development. And that's the reason why women of any value aren't attracted to you. Because you're a bunch of little boys. Anybody else got any comments you want to be cooked about? Or can we get back to the show? Because I can do this all day. I can do this all day. You think because you come into the Angryman channel that I won't call out your adolescent male behavior. You think I won't go in on the men. I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of y'all. Like, there's a bunch of you that come here on a regular basis. Ain't nothing grown about you. Your balls ain't dropped yet. You ain't got no bass in your voice. You're still wet behind the ears. Your shit's still green. You're still drinking Similac. The reason you can't find a grown woman to be in a damn relationship with is because you still sucking on your mama's titty. Like, I could do this all day with no problem. Because the women don't come over here and troll me. Women actually come over here and listen to what I have to say. Women actually come over here and take what I say seriously. Or laugh at my jokes. Or appreciate the entertainment value of what I'm doing. It's only you supposed grown men who come over here acting like Spanky and the Little Rascals. And the funniest thing about it is you think it's cute. That's what's so funny about it. You really think you're doing something. Nigga, I just spent thousands of dollars upgrading my studio. And before I spent thousands of dollars upgrading my studio, all my bills is paid. All my bills is paid. With money in the bank, investments, portfolios. Nigga, I opened up the garage and pulled out the motherfucking drop top, bitch ass nigga. Dropped the top so much I got a drop addiction. Cruise around town, everybody staring at me in the drop. But you was able to rage bait somebody on the internet. You're winning, buddy. You're winning, buddy. You were able to come to the internet anonymously and rage bait somebody that don't know you from a can of paint. You're awesome. Oh my God, are they gonna give you the Nobel Peace Prize for that shit? Do you get a Grammy for that shit? How about a Pulitzer? What type of awards do they give you for rage baiting people? You're gonna say, hey, I went over to the Angryman's channel and rage baited him. Wow, you rage baited the Angryman. Congratulations. Because that's hard to do. The fuck? Do this all day, little boy, until you feel this big. One, two, three, four. We still need 6 people, guys. We need 6 people for the Beano roll call. We need 6 people, 6 people, 6 people, 6 people. And we got over 1,000 people watching. Should not be hard to get 6 people. We need 6 people, y'all. Unless y'all really in y'all feelings about me talking about Jay-Z. Because I'm going to talk about it. Oh, trust and believe. It's still up here. You ain't derailing shit. I can, look, I don't have no problem sidetracking for a second. I don't got no problem. I got enough smoke for it all. You feel me? Because one of these days, that's what I'm really gonna do, and that's when I'm really gonna turn into a super villain on y'all's ass. One of these days, I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna go scorched earth on the men. I'm gonna go scorched earth on the men, because the way I've been, because I was a Jay-Z fan, I've been ignoring a lot of his bullshit. I haven't been saying nothing about it. I put up with it for years and never said nothing. It's the same thing with you men. There's a lot of shit I be wanting to say that I've been keeping to myself. I've been trying my best to defend as many men as I can and just be an advocate for men in general. But I'm starting to realize a lot of you dudes ain't men. A lot of you dudes ain't men. It's like my man DMX said, we had to realize that a lot of you men was a bitch in disguise, because that's what's really happening. We've been wondering how the F you hid your skirt, because a lot of you dudes ain't men. And it gets proven every time I go live and you bring your goofy asses in here. Here, check this out. Here's the reality of this. I'm a fan of Drake. I like Drake and I like his music. Guess what? If you don't like that, shut the fuck up and go somewhere else. You don't got to come over here and tell me you don't like it, because frankly, I don't give a fuck. I'm a grown-ass man. I don't care if you don't like what I like. And guess what? I don't give a damn what you like. That's why I'm not over there wherever the hell any of you are at telling you what you should like. Because I'm grown. I got too much shit to think about. We just need 5 more people. We just need 5 more people for the Beano roll call. 5 more people, $20 or more, preferably on the Cash App side of the game. We need 5 more people for the Beano roll call. That's why I laugh whenever somebody say, "Oh, Angryman, you hate women." You think so? I find that to be hilarious. Because between men and women, I can't stand you niggas. Bro, I can't stand some of you men, fam. Now we only need 4 people. We only need 4 people. Excuse me, 3 people for the Beano roll call. We only need 3 people for the Beano roll call. Say, how often do you go live? Not Angryman. I go live damn near every day. Damn near every day. Eric, not so great. let me tell y'all something. It's impossible for me to hate women. You know why it's impossible for me to hate women? When I started, when I used to sell mixed CDs like a street vendor, you know who my biggest customers were? Women. You know who never tried to hustle me or talk me down on my prices? Women. When I went around to the barbershops and salons, there were so many barbershops that'd be like, nah, bro, you can't sell no mixed CDs in here. I don't remember a single beauty salon where the women were like, nah, you can't sell no CDs in here. When I became a tattoo artist, you know who my biggest client base was? Women. You know who never tried to talk me down on my prices? Women. You know who always gave me a big tip? Women. When I was a barber, you know who used to bring their sons to me to get their hair cut? Women. You know who used to pay what I asked? Women. See, even though I try to advocate for men, keep in mind, I'm advocating for the men who are solid dudes. I'm advocating for the men who are normal. I'm advocating for the men who are good guys. Men who take care of their responsibilities, men who take care of their families, men who protect their families, men who hold it down. That's who I'm speaking for. Even though I speak for those men, don't you think for 1 second that I don't realize how trifling, how ignorant, how jealous a lot of you dudes are. Anytime anybody ever hated on me, it was a dude. Anytime anybody ever tried to short me on some money or hustle me out of something, it was a dude. Even the hate I get here on YouTube, it's dudes. It ain't women. It ain't women. It's men. It's men with their weak, fragile ass egos. And all of their bullshit insecurities. Mad. And you know why a lot of them are mad? You know why a lot of them come here and hate on me? They come here and hate on me because the world doesn't take them seriously. But the world takes me seriously. And so when they come here, knowing that the world takes me seriously, they want me to be their mouthpiece. They want me to speak for them. But a lot of times, the things they want me to say, I'm not going to say. Because some of the things they want to say is just hateful rhetoric. Some of the things they want to say is not completely accurate. Some of the things they want to say is some vindictive, jaded bullshit. And I won't say it. And that's the main reason they loved Kevin but didn't love me. There, I said it. Because as much as it gave you dudes pleasure to hear somebody tell these women they're going to die alone, you know, Angryman wasn't going to say that. So you get mad at me because I won't say that. And that's just what it is. That's just what it is. I'm only going to say it if I believe it. I'm only going to say it if I believe it. If I don't believe it, I ain't going to say it. If it ain't what I'm about, I ain't going to say it. Look, T Monroe said, get them women subscribers. See that? Y'all see that right there? Y'all see that right there? Y'all see that shit? Now I'm gonna ask y'all, is that shade? Is that shade? Feels like shade. Feels like shade. Feels like shade. It feel like shade, T Monroe. It feel like shade. That shit feel like shade. Nigga, I'm not setting out to get men or women subscribers. I'm setting out to get subscribers that's about something. I don't care if you male or female. I don't care if you're male, female, black, white, red, purple, green. I don't give a damn or anything in between. If you real, you can rock with me. If you real, you can come over here and kick it. I don't give a shit about none of that. I don't care about none of that. I don't care about none of that shit. Yo, we only need 3. No, excuse me. I'm bugging. Hold on, y'all. Let me make sure I get it right. Make sure I get it right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we only need one more person, y'all. We only need one more person. T. Monroe said, women need locking. You took that wrong. No, I didn't take it wrong because I didn't accuse you of anything. I said it sounds like shade. I said it sounds like shade. Now, if I'm wrong, my apologies, but it sounded like shade. I'm just saying. It sounded like it. You feel me? There we go. There we go. We got our 10th person. So let's do the Beano roll call so we can get into all of this. Matter of fact, you know what? I think I want to go in on the men just a little bit longer. What y'all think? What y'all think? Should I give it another good 5 minutes since they love to come in here trolling me every damn time I go live? I don't know if y'all noticed that every time I go live, it don't matter what topic I'm talking about. Some dudes are going to come in here and try to rage bait or troll me every time. Should I give them another 5 minutes? So I said this yesterday, and I'm going to say it again. The problem with a lot of you men, or a lot of you so-called men, those of you that are masquerading as men, is you don't have any real responsibilities. It's just you. You're just a single guy with your little bullshit apartment and your freaking futon couch with your flat screen TV sitting on top of a damn milk crate and your PS5 sitting on the floor, and you're sitting there playing your little bullshit ass video game. And the reason why you ain't leveled up and became an actual man is because you ain't got no damn responsibilities. You never had no kids. You never been married. You never did none of that shit. And so you come to the internet to find meaning in your life, in your miserable life. And what you do is you come to channels where there are grown men like myself that got real business about ourselves, and you try to run your damn mouth. You try to talk shit. You try to flex, right? But what do you really got going on? Nothing. What mark have you made in the world? Nothing. Nothing. You're just a selfish prick running around here thinking you're the shit. And when everything is said and done, nobody will even remember your name. Here today, gone tomorrow, no one gives a shit. No legacy, no nothing. No nothing. You're not even winning in this life. You're not even winning, right? But we live in a day and age where you could dismiss the fact that you're not winning by saying things like, well, money isn't everything, possessions isn't everything, then what is? What is the measuring stick that you use to determine whether you're actually about something or whether or not you're just a raggedy piece of shit? What do you use? Oh, I know. You don't use an actual measuring stick. You don't use any metrics. You use your opinion. So what you do is you sit around and you say, well, I've got this going on and I've got that going on. And the only thing you're listing out is some mediocre shit that anybody can do. Well, I don't have any kids. Is that supposed to be a badge of honor? Like, we're human beings. Part of the entire purpose of us being here is to create more human beings. So you're bragging that you can't even do the basic thing that every fucking animal, insect, bird, and fish can do? You can't even get that right? Hell, even a damn monkey or a damn squirrel can find a mate. You can't even do that. But you're on the internet flexing because you, yeah, I don't have a mate. I'm single and I've never had any offspring. Yeah, I'm winning. You're not winning. You're not winning. You're not winning, you dipshit. You want to know how I know I'm winning? Let me tell you how I know I'm winning. When you look at my face, you're looking at the face of a man who gets exactly what he wants. I get exactly what I want. I don't have to settle. I don't have to pick the lesser choice. I get exactly what the fuck I want when I want it. I'm not a nobody. The world knows who I am. I've never been a rapper, never been a professional athlete, never been on a TV show, never been on a movie, but still, get stopped when I'm out and about as if I was all of those things. I get stopped as if I was a TV star, as if I was a movie star, as if I was a freaking athlete, if I was a professional athlete, if I was a rapper or a freaking singer. But you come into my chat room and think because you pissed me off in that brief moment, you won something. How? How? Just as quickly as you pissed me off, that's how quick I'm going to forget you. You think you come over here and talk some shit and then I curse you out or I go off or whatever. You think you had some lasting impact on my life. No, I'm the one that had the lasting impact on your life because you're going to be the one running around talking about I pissed off the Angryman. Once I get off this live stream, I'm not going to go tell anybody, hey, random asshole in the chat room pissed me off. Because I'm not even going to remember it. The same way I don't remember the last time I blew my fucking nose. The same way I don't remember the last time a gnat flew in my face. The same way I'm not going to remember the last time I was outside trying to eat a burger and a fly was trying to land on it. Because at the end of the day, you're a minor inconvenience. So irrelevant that just as quickly as you appeared, that's how fast you disappeared. No one gives a shit. You think you're accomplishing something because you grew up in a bullshit ass generation that gave a trophy to every little whiny ass sucker that begged for one. And that's the reason why you haven't accomplished shit in life. Because you've been coddled your whole life. You didn't grow up in a world where you had to be a man. You didn't grow up in a world where the men above you were tough. Didn't coddle you, didn't baby you. Didn't have conversations with you about your feelings every time your vagina hurt. And that's why even though you were raised up with all of this technology, a nigga like me is running circles around you with this technology. Some of you niggas want to come here and call me an old nigga. Oh, you an old nigga. Well, here's my question, young nigga. If I'm an old nigga and I'm out of touch and you're a young nigga that grew up in technology with the internet, why the fuck am I rich using this technology and you're fucking broke using it? When you answer that question, then you might actually be worth talking to or worth listening to. Because I can't figure it out. If you were born in the water, you should be able to swim like a fish. How the hell was my ass born on land, had to adapt to the water, and I swim better than you? How? How? You grew up with the internet. You grew up with social media. How haven't you mastered it? How haven't you mastered it? You come over here like a nobody with your little cup looking for clout. Can I have some more, sir? More? You want more? Don't ever darken my doorstep again looking for clout, pussy. because I don't respect any of you weak ass men that come over here running your mouth. I come from a different generation. If you do not have a wife, children that you have raised successfully, and are the patriarch of your family, meaning you pay everything, you hold everything down, you're the rock, the foundation that everybody around you's entire world is built on. You can't tell me shit. You can't tell me nothing. Because when you get on the internet and say, well, in this day and age, a man can't pay all of the bills because it's so expensive that in this day and age, you have to have a two-person household. You have to have a two-parent household. Nigga, I'm doing this shit like it's 1920. I'm doing this shit like bread costs 10 cents, nigga. You can't tell me nothing. Niggas be up here crying about Trump. Oh, the price of gas, the price of gas. Shut your bitch ass up and step your game up. It's 2026. You think gas supposed to be 80 cents a gallon? It's 2026. Oh, the price of eggs. Oh, the price of bread. Be a motherfucking man. Shit don't cost too much. You just don't make enough money, bitch ass nigga. See, you don't want me to start talking like this. Because if I start talking like this, it's going to be some hurt feelings. It's going to be some really hurt feelings. Come over here talking crazy to me when you don't measure up to me. You understand? I come from the era where, guess what? If I was a youngin' and I was broke and I didn't have no damn house and I didn't have no car and I didn't have no money coming in and I didn't have no portfolio, if I was around other men that was bosses, if I was around other men that owned homes, that had portfolios, that made plenty of money, that was sitting there with freaking diamond rings on, smoking a cigar, boss the fuck up, I didn't talk crazy to those men. And the reason I didn't talk crazy to those men is because I didn't have enough rank to talk crazy to those men. Because I understood my place in the damn world. I knew eventually, I would be in their position and there'd be some young nigga looking up to me. It's called the layer cake, son. You ever seen that movie? Go look at it. Go check it out. Say you're born, you take shit. You get a little older, you take more shit. You climb a little higher, you take less shit. And before you fucking know it, you're in the atmosphere where you don't even remember what shit looks like. It's called the layer cake, son. And one of these days, if you're man enough to reach that level, it'll be you sitting there telling some young punk what it is. Or maybe it won't be. Maybe you never will level up. Maybe you never will rise to the top. Maybe you'll be a sucker your whole life. Who the hell knows? But that's the main reason why in this day and age, you see so many of these dudes lost because they don't understand that one rule. They don't understand that one rule. Where do you rank? Where do you rank in the grand scheme of things? Where do you rank as a man? Because I got news for you. If you ain't a boss, you don't talk shit to bosses. Know your place. Let me get this speech for these young niggas, and then we'll do the Beano roll call and get to the topic. Let me get this speech.
In the cars.
Can y'all hear this? Press 1 if y'all can hear this.
Boss wants to see you in his office.
Come in. Sit down. Yeah. Payment. You look shocked, son.
You taking the fucking piss?
You and Jimmy have caused my little angel Charlotte considerable anxiety. She's off to Arizona for a course of intense treatment. I'm keeping those pills for myself. By way of compensation, I think I'm entitled. Simple. End of. The amount of trouble you've caused the last few days, Jimmy, poor little Jimmy. I think it would be in your interest if this thing finishes here now, today. Understand?
Well, it doesn't matter what I do. This lot are going to come after you.
No, they're too long in the tooth to go rampaging around the country looking for revenge. Look at them. Bunch of under-endowed, aging fuck pigs.
Are you enjoying this?
No, on the contrary, take it as a compliment. You're a bright young man. This monkey business is in your blood, under your skin. You're not getting out, you're just getting in. You're only getting started. I've every faith in you. And one day in the future, it'll be you sitting here in my place, telling some young Turk the facts of life.
And they are, Mr. Temple.
You're born, you take shit. Get out in the world, you take more shit. Climb a little higher, take less shit. Till one day you're up in the rarefied atmosphere and you've forgotten what shit even looks like. Welcome to the layer cake, son.
That's the facts of life, nigga. Welcome to the layer cake. Welcome to the layer cake. You're born into the world, you take shit. So you're born, you take shit, you go out into the world, you take a little more shit. You climb a little higher, you take less shit. Before you know it, you're in that rarefied atmosphere where you don't even remember what shit looks like. Now, I'd be lying if I said my life was perfect, because it's not. But I tell you this. The things I used to have to deal with that I would refer to as taking shit, I can honestly say I don't even remember what that shit feels like. And the reason I don't remember what it feels like is because currently I do what the fuck I want to do, when I want to do it, how I want to do it. And when I was younger, I imagined that's what it would be like to be a boss. Now, don't get it twisted. Being a boss, whatever you call it, or however you describe it, it comes with a shitload of responsibilities. But I would rather have those responsibilities and be in that position than to have no responsibilities and have to put up with everybody's shit. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what is called being a grown-ass man. And there's so many of you little fucktards that come in here every single day running your mouth, and the moment you say something goofy in the chat, I instantly know that ain't no grown man. That's a little boy that thinks they're a grown man. Because I can tell you right now, the weight of my responsibilities would make you go crying home to your mammy, begging her to sleep on her couch. Now, with that being said, let's get into the roll call.
Bino check. If you're in the building, show your work. Drop 20 on the Super Chat or Cash App.
Let's see who we got first. Shout out to Sean. He says, salute Cook AM.
That's that Bino energy.
Shout out to MJB in the P2B. He said, I wouldn't entertain none of it, bruh. I'm stingy. Appreciate you, fam.
That's that Bino energy.
Let's see who else we got in the building for the Bino roll call. Shout out to Dwayne. He said, for the Joe Camel Cook session, let's get it.
That's that Bino energy.
Let's see. Shout out to Matthew in the building. He says, salute AM.
That's that Bino energy.
See who we got next. Shout out to Jay the Transporter in the building.
That's that Bino energy.
Shout out to Beans and Greens in the building.
That's that Bino energy. That's that Bino energy.
I'm going to need StreamYard to get their shit together. Shout out to Abba's Child, said, blessings AM and Bino Nation. I love you and your wife's relationship. Much respect, and keep up the great job podcast, and blink twice if you need us. LOL. Hilarious.
That's that Bino energy.
Shout out to Jenny. Jenny said, come on, y'all. Let's get this cookout going. Appreciate you.
That's that Bino energy.
Let's see. Shout out to West Coast Creole. Said, I'm 55 years old, and never in my life have I witnessed so many young men who behave like straight hoes. That's a fact.
That's that Beano energy.
By the way, are any of you noticing how many women support my show financially? Shout out to Dante DB. Said Beano roll call. I'm not sure why men care about who likes which rapper. Everyone can have an opinion on who they do or don't like. Why get angry about it? It's not that deep. That right there is a grown man talking. Shout out to Dante.
That's that Beano energy.
Appreciate everybody that participated in the Beano roll call. So let's get back to this cook session about H to the is O, V to the is A. So let's be clear about this. I have always been a fan of Jay-Z. I've been a fan of Jay-Z ever since I first heard Dead Presidents. I've been a fan of him since I heard Dead Presidents. Now, I didn't like all of his songs. I didn't like some of the songs he chose to be his singles. That song he had with Foxy Brown. That I'll be good. That shit right there. I really didn't like that. I liked Can I Get Her? I liked that joint. That joint was fly. I liked the Hard Knock Life. There's a lot of tracks he had that I liked. There's a lot I didn't rock with. I didn't like Change Clothes. I didn't like. There's a few that I didn't like. Right. That Hey Poppy shit. Hey Poppy. Even if they don't understand the flow, they understand. Like, bro, that shit had me in the chokehold. I ain't even gonna front. That shit had me in the chokehold. That doom 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 doom. Like, bro, I'm not gonna front. The Life and Times of S. Carter, Volume 1 and 2, right? That Dynasty album, fire. You feel me? That 1-900 Hustler, that hey yo, this time is for the family. We ride or die. That Aim for the Sky, like, bro, a lot of that shit had me in the chokehold. I ain't gonna front. Rockefeller was doing its thing back in the day. I ain't gonna front. Now, one thing I will say about Jay, back in the day, in the 90s, he was inspirational as fuck when it came to being a businessman, right? I'm talking Rockaware 80 mil in like 18 months. No, he said 40 mil in like 18 months. You can bullshit with rap if you want, motherfuckers. Like, bro, can't front on it. Take the number and add it to the one I said before. You are now looking at one smart black boy. Like, bro, I can't front. The man was on his shit. You feel me? If I want to hear some music that's going to inspire me to do more and be successful in the 90s, that was Hove. It was Jay-Z. It was Jigga. You feel me? But guess what? Today, when I want to hear somebody that's going to inspire me to be successful, somebody that's going to inspire me to push the limits, somebody that's going to inspire me to do more and make more money, I'm listening to Bees on the Table, Bees on the Table. I'm listening to my niggas didn't have a pot to piss in. Now they dropped the top so much they got a drop addiction. I'm listening to, yo, shit don't ever stop. Like a stopwatch. Shit don't ever stop. I'm a hard hitter. I'm light-skinned, but I'm still a dark nigga. Nigga said I moved through London with that Euro step. Nigga, I'm listening to Drizzy. The same way in the 90s, I listened to Jay-Z for that inspirational, let's get to this paper, let's be entrepreneurs, let's be successful rap. Today, I'm listening to Drake for that shit. That's just the truth. That's just the truth, bro. And I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. Now, if you're wondering why I got an issue with Jay-Z, it's not because he's having a back and forth with Drake. Because me personally, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't think he's winning that. I just don't. Jay-Z has been winning for so long. And he's had so many people kissing his ass for so long. He doesn't know how to read the room. Now, no matter how many of you want to come in here and say, yo, that freestyle he did was fire. Did you see him up there with the shades? He had on the all black and he had the fro. You know what time it is, bro. The culture ain't even feeling that shit, bro. If you go to social media right now, they're clowning the shit out of Jay-Z. He has not, he's lacked his ability to read the room. He's lacked his ability to read the room. Real shit. This is why when I look at a Sean Carter versus a Curtis Jackson, 50 Cent is smart enough to read the room. That's the reason why he didn't jump out there doing freestyles. He didn't jump out there doing a bunch of raps to go at Fab, Mano, and Jim Jones. He know. It ain't 2003. He didn't just drop Get Rich or Die Trying. And see, nobody gave Jay the memo. Same 98. It's not the hard knock life no more, bro. Bro, I went to Whataburger today and I was bumping that Iceman. And the chicks that were working in the drive-thru, soon as I pulled up and was bumping that shit, they was in there dancing while they was doing the order or whatever. And I know they wasn't listening to no music in there. They was listening to what I was playing. And the reason I know that is because when she came over to ask me my name, because my name was on the order, I had to turn the music down. And I told her my name, and she's like, okay, I'm going to get your order. And I left the music down. When she came back, she was like, hey, I ain't mean to interrupt you. Turn the music back up. And I turned that shit back up. And she commenced back to dancing again. What was she dancing to? That Shut the F Up, Janice. Reach me, baby. I'm so green, you gotta teach me, baby. It was dancing to that shit. That ain't internet. That's real life. That's the real world, nigga. So even though many of you are going to say, oh, this is about the Jay-Z versus Drake. No. I've been having issues with Jay-Z for a while now. I just been keeping it to myself. Out of loyalty to being a fan of his. I just been overlooking shit. So let's start with the first thing that bothered me. I never liked the way him and Dame broke up. Never liked that shit, bro. I never liked that shit. I never liked that shit. I never liked the way Jay-Z did what he did to get Rockefeller from Dame. Now, everybody's going to say, well, Dame was tripping. Maybe he was tripping. Maybe he was tripping. And maybe I'm just looking at it from the perspective of a fan, but I never liked that shit, man. I never liked that shit. I never liked it. Always felt like that shit was grimy. That shit was foul. I never liked it. So that was number one. That was number one. Number two, I feel like he could have did more for Bleek's career. I feel like he didn't want Bleek to outshine him. I honestly feel like he didn't want, because out of Rockefeller, my favorite out of Rockefeller was Bleek. I was a Memphis Bleek fan. Ever since Cocaine Whiter Now. Like, bro, I was a Bleek fan. You feel me? And I believe that shit. Memphis Bleek knew and proved Jay-Z. I believe that shit. I believe that Jay wanted Bleek to be the heir to the Rockefeller empire. But when you sit back and look at it, you can see Jay didn't want nobody to be bigger than him. He didn't want nobody to be bigger than him. Young Guns, they was paying Young Guns a couple $1,000s per show that they had to split between each other. Beanie Siegel was locked up. The judge told Jay all he had to do was vouch for him and he would release him. But if he released him, Jay would be responsible for him. And the nigga said no. All you had to do was tell the judge, yo, I'll make sure he's straight. And they would have released your man. And you said no and let him sit in there. After this man then went to war for Rockefeller. Because back then, you say something crazy about Rockefeller, you're going to have to see beans. And now, all these years later, because Jay feel like Drake coming at him, and Drake standing there with his whole team behind him, now you want to bring out Freeway? Now you want to bring out Beans? I can't respect it. And y'all can say, yo, oh, Angryman, you just a Drake fan. You can say whatever you want to say, man. I can't respect that shit, bro. To watch how somebody that I looked up to, somebody that I revered Jay. And y'all have heard me talk about him in a positive light numerous times. I revered that brother. It broke my heart to watch him move the way he moved, bruh. And I know some of y'all don't want to say it because you feel like the culture is you feel like you're going to get ostracized from the culture. You feel like socially people going to stop rocking with you if you say this shit. It's time, bro. It's time to say it. It's time to say it. We can't keep ignoring this shit, man. Not to mention, like, he stopped rocking with so many people that rock with him to be cool with that nigga Puffy. That's another thing nobody wants to talk about. And don't even get me started on all these rumors about Rock Nation when it came to, bro, when Chris Brown had that situation with Rihanna. You know who was going hard in the paint to make sure Breezy was blackballed? Do you know who was going hard in the paint to make sure Breezy was blackballed? They didn't even want to invite that man to award shows because Jay-Z said out of his own mouth, if you invite Chris Brown, I'm not coming to the award show. And if you think I'm lying, go look the shit up. Go look the shit up. Then you had this Meg Thee Stallion situation with Tory Lanez. Then you had the shit with Colin Kaepernick, where he acted like he was backing Colin Kaepernick, whether you agree with what Colin Kaepernick was doing or not. He acted like he was backing him. He acted like he was so pro-black. Then when the NFL went to Jermaine Dupri asked the man, what do you think I should do? We got this situation with Colin Kaepernick, and the culture is basically canceling the NFL. What should I do? He went to that man for counsel. And that man told him, nah, we not rocking with the NFL. And the very next year, when they came to him, what did he do? Like, we can't ignore this shit, bruh. You can't ignore this shit, man. And then he walking out on stage with freaking Hillary Clinton, of all people. Bro, you gonna lend your star power to Hillary Clinton? The same woman that would have called you a super predator. Because back then, she was talking about dudes from the hood that was dope dealers. So she was talking about you. And recently, I don't know if y'all know, but recently he was talking shit about MAGA Republicans, bruh. How I'm supposed to ignore all of this shit, bro? And then when Drake calls him out on Iceman, and rightfully so after that Kendrick shit, he calls him out on Iceman. He comes out on stage in all black, in black shades, and in a afro. If he hadn't said nothing, I would have respected it. If he would have just been on some aloof, man, I ain't got time for that shit. I ain't got time for you youngins. I'm making $1 billion deals up here. I'm in the stratosphere. Ain't that what he said? He said, I'm in the air. I don't hear niggas corny raps. He said he was flying in a private jet. There's too much noise down. Turn that shit down. Yo, he's been acting like he's above all of this shit for so long. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? He's been acting like he don't care about none of this shit. I'm at the top of the game. I don't care what none of y'all is doing. But all it took was for Drake to say the jig is up. And now you doing freestyles and shit. Like, come on, bro. Come on. And look, don't get it twisted. Anybody that was talking about his kids, that shit is dead wrong. Nobody should be talking about anybody's kids. Nobody should be pulling anybody's family into the shit. That's bullshit. And I've been said that about everybody in all of the situation. If niggas is beefing on wax, keep the shit on wax. Stop bringing people's kids and their girlfriends and their wives into the shit. You feel me? I've been said that. I've been said that. But we keep sitting around acting like we don't see this shit. We're looking right at it. We keep acting like we don't see this shit. And it's like, how we gonna keep pretending we don't? How we gonna keep pretending we don't see this shit, bro? I tell you what. You want to know what's interesting about this shit? While everybody's popping their shit, talking about some, come on, Angryman, it's Hove, it's Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying? Guess what? Do you have any idea how successful Nas is right now? Does anybody know how successful Nas is right now? Nas estimated net worth is between 70 to 200 million. And guess what? He got there without doing any of that shit, bro. The man got there without doing any of that shit, bro. What, like, when you look at Nas, what can you say he did that have everybody looking at him with the side eye? What can you say Nas did that had everybody looking at him with the side eye? And for you dudes that's gonna be like, come on, Angry Man, how you gonna front on Brooklyn? How you gonna front on Jay? How you gonna front on Brooklyn? Because niggas came in here and said, yo, nobody was better than Jay. Bro, I can run down a list of people that was better than Jay. I can run down a list. Like y'all niggas got convenient amnesia. I'll tell you one nigga right now that's underrated, that's from Brooklyn, that's better than Jay. Sosa. AZ. AZ better than Jay. And I'm saying lyrically. I'm saying lyrically. And anybody in here that want to tell me he ain't, you crazy. Anybody gonna tell me AZ ain't lyrically better? I'll wait. Christopher said Hove top 5 dead or alive. Sorry. I mean, look, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. And I'm not gonna take that from you. If Hove is in your top 5, cool. He ain't in my top 5. And that's not me trying to throw a shot at him. That's just me telling the truth. Y'all have heard me give my top 5 numerous times. Hove ain't never been in it. And that's not to say he ain't nice. I just come from an era where niggas was nice. Was mad niggas that was nice. Hell, AZ ain't even in my top 5. Said AZ don't have enough body of work. That don't matter. It don't matter. That shit don't matter. You think that matters? You think that matters, bro? He said, name an AZ song. Sugar Hill. Sugar Hill, one of the illest rap songs ever created. You're going to stop playing these games, man. Let's stop right there. You got to understand, the year this shit came out, niggas was not spitting like that, bro. The year that this shit came out, niggas was not spitting like that, bro. We talking intellectual, elegant rap, my nigga. Some shit that really make you think like, bro, what did this nigga just say, fam? Yo, check this out. That nigga said, at times I window watch out the Marriott, zoning on owning co-ops, foreign drop tops, coupes, and yachts, guzzling straight shots of scotch, formulating no plots to escape from Selden's lot because it's scorching hot, making it hard trying to figure who out to trap me. Pataki got all kinds of undercovers that's coming at me. Perhaps he won't be happy till he snatch me and place me where half of us blacks be sitting in Katsaki, but never me. See, my destiny is to be forever free in ecstasy on a hill that awaits for me. So plush, just to visualize is like a coke rush. Vivid enough to make living this a must. Plus, it's real. This nigga's talking about his dreams and aspirations beyond being a corner boy, beyond being a dope dealer. Beyond being a dope dealer. Most niggas was rapping about being on the corner hustling and shit. This nigga's rapping about bigger shit beyond that. He said, at times, I window watch out the Marriott, zoning on owning co-ops, buildings, foreign drop tops, coupes, and yachts, guzzling straight shots of scotch, formulating up plots to escape from Selden's lot because it's scorching hot, making it hard to trying to figure who's out to trap me. Pataki got all kinds of undercovers is coming at me. Bruh. 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 That nigga said no more cutting up grams and wrapping grands up in rubber bands. I'm a recovered man. Our plans to discover other lands. Just that right there, bruh. He's saying he trying to get away from this shit. No more cutting up grams, wrapping grands up in rubber bands. I'm a recovered man. Meaning I'm beyond that shit now, bruh. Our plans to discover other lands, in other words, to travel. Suburban places got me seeking for oasis. Crystal by the cases. Ladies of all races with dime faces. Sex on the white sand beaches of St. Thomas. Though this ain't promised, I'm as determined as the old timers. I want a villa in Costa Rica so I can smoke my reefer and enjoy how life's supposed to treat you. Laid in the shades of the Everglades, finally forever paid. Wearing the finest fabrics tailors ever made. Me and my team, Caribbean cuisines. I guess being down for so long, I'm all in store to see my dreams. You know what I mean? Bro, let me tell you something. A young 14-year-old angry man listened to this shit for the first time. And for the first time in my life, I could see something beyond the hood. I could see something beyond just what was in front of me. Like that rap right there is inspirational as fuck, man. If you don't know nothing but the hood, if you don't know nothing but hustlers and dope dealers and all of that shit, to hear some shit like that, bro, Cats wasn't thinking like that. Cats was not thinking like that, bruh. So many jewels in that verse right there. Did you hear the jewels he dropped in that verse right there, bruh? Bruh. This man said, so until I see past the green pasture, me being supreme master ain't much more of life I fiend after, but another chapter, a new way of life to adapt to. Because the streets will gas you and have you caught up in the rapture. Bruh, right there he's telling you. So until I see the green pasture, me being supreme master, being, bro, he dropping science in this shit. Ain't much more of life I fiend after, but another chapter, a new way of life to adapt it. In other words, getting away from this street shit, right? Because the streets are gas you. In other words, niggas will have you thinking you doing the right thing in the streets. And that shit will have you caught up in the rapture. Deja vu. I can vision my killer crew more hospitable. In other words, my boys, this killers, I can see them being more calm, more laid back. I could vision my killer crew being more hospitable, consciously aware, plus political. Because though they claim every man's created equal, us as native people, he telling you right there, nigga, we ain't from Africa, we from here. Just in that bar. Because though they claim every man's created equal, us as native people find it harder for nights to sleep through. But once established, we eating lovely, living lavish. Like the House of Versailles in Paris. I gotta have this. It's so plush. Just to visualize is like a coke rush. Vivid enough to make living this a must. Plus, it's real. I'm sorry. There ain't a song. The closest song I'll give Jay that had an impact on me like this song was Dead Presidents. The closest song that Jay-Z got that had an impact on me like this song right here, because, bruh, I played this shit. Let me tell you something. Whenever I like a rap, I'll play it over and over, over and over. There's two rappers I cannot master their flow. I can master Cannabis's flow, right? I've been getting busy before the planet started to turn, before the bees and birds and Adam and Eve occurred. Prior to all creation, in other words, when the female egg would merge with the man's sperm, I stand firm, my words burn through your exterior. To eat away at your interior, I'm superior, while you only pretend to be. I could double my density from 360 degrees to 720 instantly. 6 multiplied by 5, by 4, by 3, by 2, then 1. Go ahead and calculate the sum. Like, I can spit that shit all day. If I listen to Cannabis music enough, I can spit his shit. Same thing with Method Man. I breaks it down to the bone gristle. Ill speaking, scud missile, heat seeking, Johnny blazing, nightmares like Wes Craven, niggas gunning. My third eye seen it coming before it happened. But there's two rappers. I can't master their flow for shit. That's AZ and Big Pun. I've never been able to take one of Big Pun's raps or one of AZ's raps and spit it all the way through. I've never been able to do that shit. Because their flow is too fucking flawless, fam. Their flow is flawless. Real shit, bro. Their flow is too damn flawless, fam. So when a cat want to say some shit about, bro, and look, hold on for a second. Where's that track with AZ and Votto? Bruh. What we talking about? What we talking about? And let us not forget, AZ been one of the flyest niggas in the game forever. I don't think I ever seen any rapper that was fresher than that nigga. Every time you see that nigga, he flies hell. Every time. You never catch, you will never catch AZ not fly, my nigga. Ever. Ever. You ain't never gonna catch him not fly. Talking about player A. Blue. Damn shit tripping on me. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, damn it. Hold on 1 second. We can't have the interruption. We can't have the interruption. I'm sorry. That don't make him your man because your palms meet. Bro, this nigga be dropping so much. Yo, he be dropping so many gems in his music.
Blasted pellets,
Talking.
Spinks and Hearn.
What we talking about, man? What we talking about? A nigga said like Sidney Poitier and Bill Cosby. Nigga, what we talking about? What we talking about? I'm sorry, like when y'all, first of all, when y'all come to me wanting to talk about yo, Hove is the GOAT, do you know the era that Jay-Z come from? Do you know the era that Jay-Z come from? Do you know the era? Matter of fact, let me ask the Gen Xers. As much as everybody liked Hove back in the day, in the 90s, as a Gen Xer, was anybody calling Jay-Z the GOAT? I'll wait. Was anybody referring to Jay-Z as the GOAT? So what are we talking about? Like niggas get convenient amnesia. Niggas get convenient. Matter of fact, check this out. Check this out. I'm gonna pull this up real quick, and I want you to tell me if this dude is lying. I want you to tell me if this dude is lying.
Nobody give no fuck about what Jay-Z talking about on that damn stage. Jay-Z ain't never been the top dude for real. He was the Triple H of the fucking rap game. Look at Triple H's career in WWE and compare it to Jay-Z's career in rap. When Triple H came into the game, who was the top dudes? Brett and Diesel. When Diesel left, it was Brett and Shawn. By the time he came into his own with DX and the whole game thing, my time! Rock and Austin basically got the business fucking booming. Then everybody else came after him, from Brett and Eddie to Eddie and Benoit. Oops. To Cena and Orton, to Cena and Batista, to Punk and Cena, to Bryan and motherfucking Punk. Then Punk left and nigga Roman was coming into his own. Like Triple H ain't never been the top dude, just like Jay-Z. When Jay-Z came with the Hawaiian Sophie shit, it was LL and Big Daddy Kane. Ice-T and Ice Cube and certain niggas was still around doing their thing. Then when he was underground right before Reasonable Doubt, Jigga the J, Jigga the Z, do all that bullshit, it was Big and Pac. Then when he dropped and them niggas get killed, it was Mason DMX with Harlem World, and DMX was getting ready to drop Get At Me, dog, because niggas knew X was finna blow. Then he come again with Hard Knock Life in Volume 3 in the Dynasty. Eminem and Nelly then pretty much took shit over, and you had Ja Rule peaking and Ludacris around that time. Then he really got with the Blueprint 1, but by then Nas done smacked his ass across the goddamn room a couple times. Eminem brought 50 Cent into the fold, which Jay-Z had to warn the whole Rockefeller about 50 Cent, and then retired because he knew niggas was on his ass for real. Came back a couple years later, T.I. and Wayne was running everything, and Kanye was getting ready to peak with Graduation. Then over the years, Wayne brought Drake into the fold. Then Kendrick come into the fold. Then Cole came into the fold. Kanye was still murking shit. This nigga Hove ain't never been that nigga for real, man. Then on top of that, the only reason he able to get in most of them billionaire doors is because his wife is Beyonce. Just like only reason Triple H can get in certain doors is because his wife is Stephanie McMahon and his stepdaddy is Vince McMahon. Them dudes ain't never been them dudes for real, man. Get them goofy ass niggas up out of here. Nobody get no.
Did he lie? Did he lie? Did he lie? Did he tell one lie? Did he tell one lie? Now Jay has been consistent. He's been consistent, but every year, every couple of years, somebody else was at the top of that damn mountain. Every year, somebody else was at the top of that mountain. Now, can you say he was a better businessman? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He was a better businessman. He was a better businessman, absolutely. But if you look at everybody's run, because look, I'm going to tell you the truth. The year when Jay-Z was the hottest, the couple of years when because I'm going to tell you when Jay-Z really popped. He didn't pop with Reasonable Doubt. Reasonable Doubt only went gold. They had to they literally had to re-release Reasonable Doubt, right? What made Jay-Z really take off was that Annie shit. It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. That's what made him pop. But even when he popped around that time, DMX was owning all of that shit, bruh. Around that time, DMX was owning all of that shit. Tell me I'm lying. Matter of fact, let's see if you can hear it from his own mouth. Let me pull this up. From his mouth to God's ears. Because niggas don't remember their history. Niggas don't remember their history. But we gonna do our history real quick.
A little bit. Just about like what he meant to the culture and maybe meant to you personally.
By the way, the first time I boycotted the Grammys was for him. We both came out that year. He didn't get nominated. He dropped 2 albums, had 2 #1 albums in the same year.
Right. I remember that.
They didn't even nominate him. I won that year for rap album. So my first Grammy.
He won that year. I want you to think about that. Jay-Z won Best Album the same year that DMX had 2 platinum albums. I want you to think about that. Jay-Z won the Grammy. This is why niggas be saying fuck the Grammys. The year that 50 Cent dropped Get Rich or Die Trying, he didn't win a Grammy. The year that DMX dropped It's Dark and Hell Is Hot, and let me tell you something. When It's Dark and Hell Is Hot dropped, nigga, the earth came to a stop, my nigga. The earth came to a stop. You hear me? I was there. I remember it, nigga. I went to the store and bought that album, nigga. When that nigga said, let's take it back to the street, motherfucker. Bro, that shit was over. It was over, nigga. It was over. That album crushed the streets, nigga. You feel me? That nigga was, you had to be there. You had to be there, bruh.
When I wasn't there, I wasn't even in the building because I boycotted the fam. So there was a competitive thing, but it was big love. He was so competitive with me. I never met a human being more competitive with me, like ever. Not even my big brother, like no one. We met battling. That's how we met. We was in the Bronx in the pool hall.
He'll never tell the story of who won that battle. X won that battle. When them niggas was in that pool hall in the Bronx, standing on top of them damn pool tables, X won that battle. He'll always talk about that battle, but he never says who won it. X won that shit, nigga.
After that battle, he went to like a show. He got on stage, Jay-Z, where you at? I was like, this guy is nuts. He was just all passion. My fondest memory of DMX is he improved my stage show. Remember, rap tours wasn't going out at that time. There's no rap tours before. Facts. Maybe the Fresh Fest in the 80s or sometime, but there's no rap shows. Me, DMX, Method Man, Redman, Cha, The Locks. This
Survival of the Illest.
Tour is packed. First night, 360 sold out. Everyone has a great show. Meth and Red are flying in the audience. They're incredible performers. Everyone's destroying it. So X is about to go on, and I'm like, I want to see. I got like
X is before you.
X is going before me. The lights are up. He's in the hallway. It goes doom doom.
Yeah, I just got the shit.
And now the arena's shaking, and I'm like, this is cool. And then it goes doom doom, and then he goes, and the fucking arena goes crazy. First of all, it's deafening, and I'm like, oh shit. He's running back and forth. He has a thing like an Alizé and Hennessy mix. It looks like blood. It's like he's drinking blood, right? And he's running back and forth. 1, 2, 1, 2. Here he goes, 1, 2. And going halfway.
1, 2, run through, gun. How that shit go?
Through the show. Then he takes his shirt off.
And the
girls are screaming,
and the dog chain.
Yeah, the dog chain is tripping and he's going nuts, right? And I'm like, shit. This is halfway through. Now first the guys are going crazy. Now the girls are going crazy. And then he gets to the end and he starts a prayer.
Oh my God.
And now they're crying.
Yeah.
The whole arena is crying. Yeah. They're crying tears. And I'm like, they're like, hey, now you go. And I had Hard Knock Life on, so it was like, it's a hard knock life. Put your hands up, people. Everybody finished the show that night. Everybody's happy, by the way. And I was like, We got 56 dates of this shit. And I was like, but I had to figure, I'm like, okay, I have to figure out my space in this.
Yes.
You know, I have to figure out where do I exist. And I was like, in my opinion, in my mind, this is what I believe. I was like, he can't rap better than me. So on that tour was the most acapellas ever. Everything was, cut the music off. I'm the Duke.
Bruh. That's why I laugh when niggas come over here and be like, oh, Angryman, you emotional. I get on a panel, niggas be like, you emotional. Nigga, no. Nigga, I'm passionate. You feel me? You'll never make me feel like there's something wrong with being passionate, because I watched my man, DMX, get on the stage with nothing but pure passion. You feel me? I watched this man stand on stage in tears, doing a prayer, tears running down his face, and not now nigga would ever call X soft. Not no nigga on this planet would ever call him soft. Jay-Z got raps where he say, you know, I can't see him coming down my eyes, so I gotta make the song cry. Because some niggas have to prove their masculinity. Shed a tear, I would never cry. Pastor Troy said, what thug ain't supposed to cry? My man X would shed a tear in a minute. If that's how he felt, that's how he felt. Didn't give a fuck who thought anything about it. And the truth of the matter is, Jay couldn't fuck with him. He know he couldn't fuck with him. And I'm gonna tell you some real shit. If X was here today, he'd be talking shit to Jay. X called that nigga out on his bullshit. Or did y'all forget about that? How many of y'all remember X calling him out on his bullshit? When he became president of Def Jam. No, where's the first joint? Where's the first joint? I need the first track. Where's the first track? Play this first track, nigga. That's when you know an album gonna be fire. When the first track have you in the chokehold. This shit and that very first track on Get Rich or Die Trying. Bro, we here. Bro, we can get the drama popping. We don't care, bro. Bro, it's certain albums. There's just legendary albums. Nothing is ever going to top these albums, bro. You got the church bell in the background. There wasn't nothing soft about this album, nigga. This shit was straight hardcore, nigga. And keep in mind, this is around the time Puffy was running around dancing and singing and shit with the shiny suit on and all of that bullshit. And X came out on some grown man shit, nigga. Here's something that Jay-Z said that wasn't true. He said he could rap better than X. No. See, this is where we always make the mistake. Just because a nigga is lyrical, just because a nigga does double entendres and triple entendres, that don't make him a better rapper. What makes you a better rapper is, do those words resonate? When the nigga drop them bars, are you feeling that shit? Eminem is one of the most lyrical dudes on the planet. Cannabis was one of the most lyrical dudes on the planet. But do those bars resonate? See, DMX had the same thing Tupac had. Tupac didn't have to be super lyrical because every word hit, every bar hit, every single bar hit. They say the blacker the bay, the sweeter the juice. I say the darker the flesh, then the deeper the roots. I give a holler to my sisters on welfare. Tupac cares if don't nobody else care. And I know they like to beat you down a lot. And when you come around the block, brothers clown a lot. But please, dry your eyes. Yo, that nigga's bars hit. When I was young, me and my mama had beef, 17 years old, kicked out on the street. Yo, back at the time, I never thought I'd see a face. Ain't a woman alive that could take my mama's place. Suspended from school, scared to go home. I was a fool with the big boys breaking all the rules. Shed tears with my baby sister. Over the years, we was poorer than the other little kids. The same drama. When things went wrong, we blame mama. I reminisce on the stress I caused. It was hell. Hugging on my mama from a jail cell. And who thinking penitentiary? Who thinking elementary? Hey, I see the penitentiary one day. Running from the police. That's right. Mama catch me, put a whooping to my backside. Niggas don't spit like that. That shit hit you right in here, nigga. That shit hit you right here, bro. Like, everybody can't do that shit. I don't care what nobody say. It's only a handful of niggas that can do that shit. That's why when niggas be like, yo, back in the day, there was niggas that didn't understand why I was such a DMX fan. I was like, nigga, do you hear what this nigga's saying? The nigga said, stay after dark. Because if I catch you when the sun is down, run it, clown. Come up off that. I'm going to run it now. Run it now. However it's gonna go, it's gonna be that. See that? That shit don't finish, dog. Believe that. But where you at? Do you value your life as much as your possessions? Don't be a stupid nigga. Learn a lesson. Bro. Niggas don't, bro. Like, yo, like, bro. Some niggas, bro, they can touch your soul with them lyrics, bro. They can touch your soul with them lyrics, nigga. I don't care what nobody say. And look, I'm going to tell you the truth. I've heard Jay spit a lot of shit. I've heard Jay say some phenomenal shit. But, man, that nigga, bruh, I can't think of no Jay-Z songs that touch me in my soul, nigga. I can't. I even heard that nigga Bleak say, yo, I grew up like a regular cat. Some nigga hit me with consignment. Yo, I'ma settle with that. Bro, that whole Bleak shit. When that nigga said, hey, yo, who's sleeping on Bleak? Nigga, wake his ass up. Bro, that nigga, fam, we can go back and listen to Bleak album. And that nigga he wasn't even, look, here's the thing about Bleak. Bleak never hit his stride. He never reached his prime, bro. He never reached his prime, fam. I don't care what nobody say. Bleak would have been one of the illest niggas out of Rockefeller. He would have been one of the illest niggas out of Rockefeller. That nigga X, bro. That nigga was just different, man. That nigga was different, bro. That nigga was different. Tupac was different.
You know what I'm saying?
Feel my rage.
I beat, walk through my shoes and hurt your feet. Then you know why I do dirt in the street. That nigga shit just hit different. That nigga shit just hit different. I'm gonna tell you why it hit different. A nigga's lyrics is gonna always hit different if they lived it. That's the difference. Cats don't realize that shit. Like when niggas is spitting that spiritual miracle, extra lyrical shit, bro, that shit don't, it's cool, but it don't have no depth to it. It does not have no depth to it. You feel me? Quiet as kept. That's the reason why your boy Lil Wayne does not have, bro, as much as that nigga can be lyrical as hell, he got very few songs where he's saying some shit that touch your soul. And if you think I'm lying, go back and listen to Ghostface, All That I Got Is You. Go back and listen to Cream. I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side. Staying alive was no job, had second hands. Moms bounced on old man. So then we moved to Shaolin land. A young youth, you're rocking the gold tooth. Low goose, only way I begin to G off was drug loot. Bro, you can hear pain in them lyrics. So let's start it like this, son. Rolling with this one and that one, pulling out gats for fun. But it was just a dream for the teen who was a fiend. Started smoking woos at 16 and running up in gates and doing hits for high stakes and making my way on fire escapes. Bro, you can feel the pain in that shit. That shit touch you in here. That shit hits different. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care what nobody say. There's nowhere to hide. I step inside the room. Dr. Doom, prepare for the boom. Bam. Oh, man. I slam. Damn, I scream like Tarzan. I be tossing and forcing. My style is awesome. I'm causing more family beef than Richard Dawson. And the survey said you're dead. A fatal flying guillotine chops off your fucking head. Mr. Who is that? Hey, yo, the woo is back, making niggas go bo bo like on Super Cat. Me fear no one. Oh no, here comes the Wu-Tang Shogun, killer to the eardrum, bro. Nah, the meth will come out tomorrow. Shit hits different. Hits different. Hits different. Even Eminem, that shit on the Eminem show, that soldier shit, that shit touches you, nigga. That cleaning out my closet, that shit touches you. I'm sorry, mama. I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to make you cry, but tonight I'm cleaning out my closet, bro. That shit touch you. Straight up and down. And a lot of cats, they don't have that in them. They don't have it in them, man. Because they don't know how to go. They don't know, like, y'all, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you what the issue is with Jay-Z. I'm going to tell you what the issue is with Jay-Z, and nobody ever peeped this shit. Not one time has he rapped. There's a difference between somebody that's rapping to try to say the flyest shit they can think of and somebody that is putting their pain on that paper. There's a difference. There's a difference. Like, you've never really met the real Jay-Z in his music. That's what it is, essentially. You've never really met the real Jay-Z in his music. You've only met his representative. You've only met Hove. You've only met Jigga. You've only met Jay-Z. You've never met Sean Carter in his music. When DMX put out Slippin', you was listening to Earl Simmons. When Tupac put out Dear Mama and Keep Your Head Up, you was lit Ambitions of a Rider. You was listening Pain. You was listening to Tupac Shakur. You feel me? When Biggie put out Ready or Die, you was listening to Biggie. You was listening to William Wallace. Excuse me, you listen to Christopher Wallace. That's the difference. That's the difference, bro. That's the difference. And there's a few people that's like that. You didn't, all them times that P. Diddy was rapping, none of that was Sean Combs. And we know that for a fact now. None of that was him. None of it. None of it. When you go listen to the Infamous, or you listen to Prodigy, H&IC, that's them. That's who they are. And that's why Drake is so successful, whether y'all like it or not, whether you want to call him soft or whatever. His music, that's who he is. That's who he is. When you listen to Western Roads, when you listen to Look What I've Done, Look What You've Done, when you listen to those joints, that's him. That's who he is. That's who he is. And whenever you spit shit that come from a place of who you really are, it's always gonna hit. It's always gonna touch somebody. But when you getting up there faking the funk, trying to make somebody think you something you not, like, ain't nobody going. Look, somebody said, look, let me tell y'all something. I'm going to say something to all you Drake haters. Drake has done one thing that most rappers will never do. Ever. Drake has done one simple thing that most rappers will never accomplish in their lifetime. Press 1 if y'all want to know what that is. If you look at Dr. Dre, Compton made Dr. Dre. Long Beach made Snoop Dogg. Brooklyn made Jay-Z. Queens made Nas. Southside Jamaica made the Lost Boys. But Drake made Toronto. Before Drake, nobody gave a fuck about Toronto. At this point, you don't even have a Toronto without Drake. Can you name any other rapper that made his city that wasn't really relevant. Niggas is running around calling Toronto the 6 because of Drake. Nah, St. Louis was already St. Louis before Nelly. Sorry. That's a nice try. St. Louis was already St. Louis before Nelly. Nope. Detroit was Detroit before Eminem. You said in what way? Bro, are you really going to sit here and tell me that St. Louis wasn't on the map before Nelly? Are you really going to tell me that St. Louis was not on the map before Nelly? St. Louis had a rich history as a city before Nelly did anything. I'm not talking about in hip hop. I'm talking about in general. Who the hell was talking about Toronto before Drake? The Bay Area was the Bay Area before E40 and Too Short, man. Y'all really not getting what I'm saying. Thank you, 73 73 bubble. I'm talking about, look, let me make it clear. I'm talking about places that were popular before hip hop even existed. Before hip hop even existed, LA was LA. The Bay Area was the Bay Area. St. Louis was St. Louis. Detroit was Detroit. New York was New York. Atlanta was Atlanta. Miami was long before hip hop. These are places that was on the map. These were places that had history. T Enterprise said you reaching, bro. No, I'm not reaching. You just don't know your fucking history. You just don't know your damn history. You just don't know your history. You know what St. Louis? You know what St. Louis was known for? Somebody tell me what St. Louis was known for before Nelly. Barbecue, that's one. The Arch, that's another one. Thank you. Baseball. Thank you. Thank you. Baseball. The Blues. St. Louis was definitely known for the blues. Definitely. St. Louis was one of them places that was known for the blues, just like Memphis. See, the thing is, a lot of you dudes that's in here running your mouth, you don't know no history before hip-hop. You don't know no history before hip-hop because, one, you ain't old enough, and two, even if you are from Gen X, you didn't pay no attention to the history before hip-hop. Boxing. Exactly. Boxing, baseball, the blues. Shit, there was hustlers back in the day. There was hustlers back in the day. Like back in the day when dudes was hustlers, like back in the 1920s and shit, if they went somewhere and they said, hey, man, where you from? Man, I'm from St. Louis. They knew what time it was. Back then, cats could say they was from St. Louis. They could say they was from Missouri, Memphis. They could say they was from Brooklyn, Detroit, Los Angeles. There's so many cities that was known well before hip hop. Well before hip hop. Kansas City. And the reason why is because those cities had legends in those cities before hip hop even came on the scene. Harlem, Oakland, New Orleans. Bro, these places was well known. And what I'm trying to say to you is some of these dudes, they're not bigger than they city. I done said this shit numerous times. You got cats that will say, I'm from so-and-so, and that solidifies them. Cat will say, I'm from Brooklyn. That solidifies them. What solidifies Toronto is that Drake is from there. Y'all not getting what I'm saying. Toronto ain't bigger than Drake. Drake is bigger than Toronto. Firestorm said things started in Toronto before Drake. Okay, cool. Let me ask you this question. Is Drake bigger than Toronto? Yes or no? Yes or no? Is Drake bigger than Toronto? Yes or no? Is Drake bigger than Toronto? Now, ask that same question about other rappers. Ask the same question about other rappers. Is Jay-Z bigger than New York? Is Jay-Z bigger than New York? No, he's not. And that nigga's a billionaire. He's not. He's not. That's my point. None of the rappers from New York are bigger than New York. Are any of the rappers from the Bay Area bigger than the Bay Area? Are any of the rappers that's from Compton bigger than Compton? Are any of the rappers from Atlanta bigger than Atlanta? No. No, absolutely not. Every rapper that I'm naming, they can't do what they want to do in their respective city. Drake does what he wants to do in Toronto. Do you realize that Drake's mansion, when he was building it, his mansion isn't even supposed to be legally built? Do you realize that? Do you realize that anybody else, if they tried to build a crib that size in Toronto, they wouldn't let them do it? Especially with the way he built it. Go look at the recent videos he did. This dude is in the damn mayor's office putting on the damn, what you call it, I forgot what that shit is called. This nigga does what he want to do in Toronto. Literally. That nigga was in the embassy. He shot a video in the embassy with a bunch of thug ass niggas in the video with him. They let Drake bring a bunch of thug ass niggas into the embassy and shoot a music video. Show me another rapper in another city that's shooting a music video where he bring a bunch of thug ass niggas into the damn embassy. It ain't happening, bro. The mayoral garb. This nigga was wearing the shit. He ain't the mayor. That's why the song is called National Treasure. Out in the six, I'm a national treasure. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? They let that nigga light up. They let that nigga light up the damn tower just for his album release. I want to see New York allow Jay-Z to light up the Empire State Building or the Statue of Liberty just for his album release, bruh. Aries Prince said, not because you didn't know anything about Toronto doesn't mean it wasn't on the map. You wrong on this one, Angryman, bro. To everybody in the chat, who gave a fuck about Toronto before Drake? Who cared about Toronto before Drake? Nobody. Nobody. No one. No one. Nobody. Nobody gave a shit about Canada in general before Drake. Nobody cared. Nobody cared about nobody cared about Canada at all before Drake. And I get it. I get it. The reason why y'all don't want to acknowledge this shit is because you don't like Drake. The reason why you don't want to acknowledge this shit is because you don't like Drake. Better yet, let me put it to you like this. Toronto was not relevant to the United States or the world before Drake. Let me put it to you like that. Let me put it to you like that. Toronto was not relevant to the United States or the world before Drake. This nigga says Snoop is bigger than hip hop. Nigga, you've lost your rabbit ass mind. You've lost your rabbit ass mind, bruh. You've lost your rabbit ass mind. You said the Raptors made it pop before Drake? The Toronto Raptors. That's what you're going with? The Toronto Raptors. Why do niggas like lying, man? That's what I would like to know. Why do niggas like lying just to try to prove a point? Said nobody knew what Compton was before NWA. That's not true. That's not true. Does anybody in here believe that? Does anybody in here believe nobody knew what Compton was before NWA? Does anybody in here believe that? Like, I don't know why cats like lying. Like, why do y'all like lying? Do y'all hate Drake that much? Do y'all hate him that much that you just don't want to give him credit? Shout out to Havoc. Pleasant said, I'm from Watts, and that's hella false. I know it is. I know it is. That nigga put his city on the map. I don't give a shit what nobody say. That nigga put his, like, even if you look at somebody like Bone Thugs and Harmony, niggas knew about Cleveland before them. Cleveland, Cincinnati, Baltimore, Philly, all of these places was well known before rap. Way before rap. Way before rap. Because you got to realize, before hip hop, you had well-known figures in certain cities. You had world-class athletes from certain cities. You had movie stars from certain cities. So no, well before rap, like if I was to ask you right now, who was a world-famous athlete from Toronto before Drake got popular? Who was the world-class athlete that you was like, yo, he from Toronto before Drake made Toronto popular? Who was a world-class movie star from Toronto before Drake became popular? This nigga said Vince Carter. Audience, how do y'all know Vince Carter? When you think Vince Carter, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Is it Toronto? When you think Steve Nash, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Is it Toronto? When you think Bret Hart, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Is it Toronto? So back in the day, when Vince Carter was playing basketball, niggas was like, yo, you know Vince Carter from Toronto. Bruh, when Vince Carter was playing basketball, nobody gave a damn he was from Toronto. Stop playing these goofy ass games. Same thing with the wrestlers. Nobody cared. Said Vince is not from Toronto. See, there's my point right there. There's my point right there. There's my point right there. You're not going to think Toronto when somebody says Vince Carter. You're going to think NBA. That's what you're going to think. You ain't going to think Toronto. Jim Carrey is from Toronto. Did anybody know or care? Did anybody know or care? Did anybody know or care? This nigga said, man, Drake ain't better than Jay-Z, if that's what you trying to say. Okay, so then answer this question for me. What metric are you using to tell me that Jay-Z is better than Drake? What metric are you using? What metric are you using? Watch this. I guarantee you he don't got no answer for this. What metric are you using? I'm waiting. We still waiting. What metric are you using? See, he ain't even got no answer for that. He ain't got no answer for that. He just talking out his ass. He just talking out of his ass. He don't even got an answer. Look. Angryman, I don't want to do this because you bugging now. Nigga, answer the question. Answer the question. Did Jay-Z dominate the rap game for 15 years? I'll wait. Did Jay-Z dominate the rap game for 15 years? I'll wait. If Jay-Z decides to take a hiatus from hip-hop, what happens? Nothing. Drake took a hiatus from hip-hop and you didn't have not one rap song on the Billboard Top 100. Not one. First time that has happened in 30 years. And the last one that was on the top Billboard 100 was What Did I Miss by Drake. Jay could take a break from rapping and nothing changes. Drake take a break from rapping and hip hop is on life support. We just witnessed it. We just witnessed it. When has anybody anticipated a Jay-Z album the way they anticipated Iceman? I'll wait. When has anybody anticipated a Jay-Z project the way they anticipated Iceman? Jay-Z had 8 straight summers. No, the fuck he didn't. Here y'all come lying again. Jay-Z did not dominate rap for no 8 summers. What the hell are you talking about? Keeping a consistent radio presence does not mean you're dominating. Look, somebody said 98 to 2004. 98 was DMX. And 2003 was 50 Cent. '98 was DMX, and 2003 was 50 Cent. Nah, don't tell me to chill. You niggas don't like the truth. You niggas don't like facts. And then when you looking at 2001, when you looking at 2000, 2001, so y'all just gonna skip DMX, Mace, Murder Inc., Ja Rule in them, and then 50 Cent. You just gonna skip all of that? Y'all just gonna skip all of that and pretend like that didn't exist? So you're telling me Jay-Z was crushing the charts the way Ja Rule was? You telling me Jay-Z was crushing the charts like 50 Cent was? You telling me Jay-Z was crushing the charts like DMX was? That's what you're telling me? So what are we talking about? When was this 6-summer run that Jay-Z had? And let's not even forget in 99, let's not even forget Cash Money. You know what Jay-Z did? I'm gonna tell you what Jay-Z did. And this is what's got y'all fooled. Every person that I just mentioned that was dominating the charts, Jay-Z did collaborations with them. Everybody that was dominating the charts, Jay-Z did collaborations with him. He did a collaboration with 50 wasn't rocking with him. He did collaborations with DMX. He did that remix with Juvenile. He did collaborations with Ja Rule. That joint, Can I Get a What? What? That was Ja Rule's song. Irv Gotti gave that shit to Jay. But that was Ja Rule's song. You know that, right? He collabed with Eminem. He collabed with everybody that was hot. Everybody that was hot, he collabed with them. Now watch this. Drake collabed with a bunch of people. But does he have to? Answer that question for me. Does he have to? You still ain't seeing the difference? Let's do this. Let's do this real quick. Let's do this real quick. Let's start at 1990. Top rap album of 1990, Ice Cube's America's Most Wanted. Top rap album of 91, The Low End Theory by Tribe Called Quest. Top album of 92, The Chronic, Dr. Dre. Top album of 93, Into the Wu-Tang 36 Chambers. Top album of 94, Nas, Illmatic. Top album of 95, Widely considered the greatest years of hip-hop history, 95 produced several legendary rap albums, while there is no single consensus of number one. But what were the albums? Mobb Deep, The Infamous. Raekwon, Only Built for Cuban Links. GZA, Liquid Swords. Tupac, Me Against the World. Bone Thugs and Harmony. East 99, Eternal. Top rap album of 96. 96 was widely considered one of the greatest years of hip hop. There was no single top rap album. Outkast, AT Aliens. Tupac, All Eyes on Me. Jay-Z, Reasonable Doubt. Nas, It Was Written. Fugees, The Score. Now, was Reasonable Doubt better than AT Aliens? No. Was Reasonable Doubt better than All Eyes on Me? No. Was Reasonable Doubt better than Nas, It Was Written? No. Was Reasonable Doubt better than the Fugees, The Score? No. No. Top rap album of 97. Notorious B.I.G. Life After Death. Top album of 98. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. Aquemini by Outkast. And Moment of Truth by Gangstar. Top album of 99. Widely considered one of the greatest years in hip-hop history. Black on Both Sides by Mos Def. The Slim Shady LP by Eminem. 2001 by Dr. Dre. They Fall Apart by The Roots. Operation Doomsday by MF Doom. Murder Music by Mobb Deep. 98 should have been DMX's Dark and Hell is Hot. Top rap album of 2000. Absolute golden era of hip hop. Eminem, the Marshall Mathers LP, Outkast, Stankonia. East Coast lyricism. Ghostface Killer, Supreme Clientele. Common, Like Water for Chocolate. Dead Prez, Let's Get Free. Underground, Experimental. Deltron 3030, Deltron 3030. Commercial and street heavyweights. Jay-Z, The Dynasty, Rock La Familia. Snoop Dogg, Last Meal. (2001). Now, keep in mind, we went from 1990 to 2000. When did Jay-Z start rapping? In the mid-80s. Jay-Z started rapping in the mid-80s. Let's do this to try to be fair. How many number one albums does Jay-Z have? Jay-Z has 14 number one albums on the US Billboard 200 chart. How many does he have? 15 number one albums on the US Billboard 200 chart. How many does Michael Jackson have? 16 #1 albums. 16. 16. What years did Jay-Z have the #1 album? So 98, Hard Knock Life. 99, Volume 3, Life and Times of S. Carter. 2000, The Dynasty. 2001, The Blueprint. 2002. Now watch this. Watch this. Let's go to 98. Let's go to 98. Which rap album sold the most in 1998? So this is saying he had a #1 album in 98. That's the same year. It says Jay-Z Volume 2 Hard Knock Life, certified 6 times platinum. This was the top selling traditional hardcore rap album of the year. DMX is Dark and Hell is Hot, released in May of 98. His debut sold over 4 million copies. This the same year that The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill came out. So you mean to tell me that in 98, Hard Knock Life was better than The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill and It's Dark and Hell is Hot? Does anybody believe that? Does anybody believe that? Does anybody believe that Hard Knock Life was better than The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill and It's Dark and Hell is Hot? Who sold the most albums in 99? Juvenile's third studio album, 400 Degrees, was the highest selling rap album of 1999. So if his album was the highest selling of 99, why do they got Volume 3, Life and Times of S. Carter for 99? Let's see what sold the most in 2000. Mathers LP. The Marshall Mathers LP. The Marshall Mathers LP sold 7.9 million copies globally. Nelly, Country Grammar, 5.1 million. Dr. Dre, 2001, 4 million. DMX, and then there was X, 3.1 million. Outkast, Stankonia, 2.4 million. Okay, cool. So let's go back. How many copies did the Dynasty sell? In 2000. Jay-Z's album, The Dynasty, Rock La Familia, sold 557,789 copies the first week to debut number one. The album has gone on to sell 2.5 million. 2.5 million. So in total, The Dynasty, Rock La Familia sold 2.5 million. So in 2000, Eminem, Marshall Mathers LP, sold 7.9 million copies. Nelly, Country Grammar, sold 5.1 million copies in 2000. Dr. Dre, 2001, sold 4 million copies. DMX, and then there was X, sold 3.1 million copies. Outkast, Stankonia sold 2.4. So Jay-Z's album only outsold Outkast by 100,000 copies, but they're saying that his album was number one in 2000. You see the bullshit? Does anybody see the bullshit? Do you see the bullshit when you actually go and do the research? That's my point. Jay-Z has never dominated. He's been consistent, and he sold plenty of albums, and he's put out hits, but he has never had a year where he dominated. That hasn't happened. Even the year when he sold, even the year when his shit really popped with the Hard Knock Life shit, even that year he didn't dominate. So what are we talking about? Said Jay-Z's album likely didn't outsell Stankonia. Well, we can prove that it didn't. Hold on. We can prove that it didn't. Watch this. How many albums did Rock sell in total? In total, worldwide copies, 2.5 million. So that's total. That's total. Watch this. Total, Outkast Stankonia sold 5.3 million. So damn near twice as many albums. You see what I mean? See, when it was showing, when I asked it about who sold the most albums in 2000 with Eminem, Outkast, DMX, all of them, Nelly, it was telling me how much they sold that year. When I asked it about Jay-Z Dynasty album, it showed me the total. It didn't show me how much it sold that year. You see what I mean? Let me ask Claude. We're going to ask Claude. How many albums did the Dynasty Rock La Familia sell in just 2000?
I'm not immediately sure about that specific figure. Let me search for information about Dynasty Rock La Familia's album sales in 2000. So, the Dynasty Rock La Familia by Jay-Z moved over 500,000 copies in its first week alone, specifically 557,000 and change. The album went on to sell 2.3 million copies total. So that first week was absolutely massive for the year 2000.
I'm not asking about the first week sales. I want to know what the sales were for that entire year, not the total overall sales to date.
I got you. That's a tougher number to pin down. The search results give me the first week sales and the lifetime total, but not the specific calendar year 2000 sales figure. That granular breakdown usually isn't publicly tracked the same way. You might need to dig into music industry databases or old Billboard charts from that year to get that exact number.
How many albums did Outkast Stankonia sell in just the year 2000?
Let me search for Outkast's album sales specifically in the year 2000. So, Stankonia sold over 530,000 copies in its first week when it dropped in 2000. But again, that's just the opening week. The total lifetime sales for the album are around 5.3 million. But I'm not finding that specific year 2000 calendar number you're after.
Oh, really? Because I just looked it up.
Oh, snap. My bad. What did you find? I'm curious what the actual number is for 2000.
The number for 2000 is 2.4 million.
Damn, okay. 2.4 million in 2000 alone? That's massive. So Stankonia really dominated that year. I appreciate you looking that up. That's the kind of detail that's tough.
Do you think it's a coincidence that when you try to look up the Dynasty Rock La Familia sales for just 2000, the same year that they claim it was a #1 album, you don't get the number of sales for that year? You only get the first week numbers and then the overall total to date? Don't you find that a little strange? But we can look up the sales for Eminem, Nelly, Dr. Dre, DMX, and Outkast for just that year. Said Rock La Familia only sold 1.6 exactly. So check this out. So he said 1.66 million in the year 2000. So guess what? Stankonia sold 2.4 that year. DMX and then there was X sold 3.1 that year. Dre sold 4 that year. Nelly 5.1 that year. Eminem 7.9 that year. So how the hell was Rock La Familia a #1 album that year? How was it a #1 album that year? Watch this. It says Eminem Marshall Mathers LP sold 7.9 copies in 2000. Watch this. How many album total sales for Eminem Marshall Mathers LP to date?
Let me search for those total sales figures for you. According to the sources, the Marshall Mathers LP has sold around 35 million copies worldwide to date, though one source mentioned 32 million. The album absolutely dominated. It sold 1.78 million copies in its first week alone back in 2000.
How many total album sales does Nelly's Country Grammar have to date?
Let me search for that. Country Grammar has sold over 10.7 million copies worldwide to date. It's certified diamond, meaning 10 times platinum. One of the biggest hip-hop debuts ever.
How many albums total did Dr. Dre's 2001 sell to date?
Let me search for Dr. Dre's 2001 album sales. Dr. Dre's 2001 has sold over 10.6 million copies worldwide to date. It's one of his best-selling albums and was certified 6 times platinum in the US.
How many albums did DMX and Then There Was X sell total to date?
Let me search for DMX's And Then There Was X album sales. And Then There Was X has sold around 5.2 million copies worldwide to date. It was DMX's third album and debuted at #1, selling nearly 700,000 copies in its first week back in 1999.
How many albums total has Outkast Stankonia sold to date?
Let me search for that Outkast album. Akemini has sold around 2 million copies to date.
Not Aquemini, Stankonia.
Got it. Stankonia. Yeah, we already covered that one earlier. Stankonia sold 2.4 million copies in the year 2000 alone, and around 5.3 million total to date.
So here's my question. How is Dynasty Rock La Familia a #1 album for 2000? If all of those albums, Eminem, Nelly, Dr. Dre, DMX, and Outkast, not only outsold the Dynasty the first week, but obviously outsold it in total. Because the total was what? 2.5? The total to date is 2.5. Do y'all hear this shit? Watch this. I'm gonna show you something. Watch this shit. Let's take all of these. Let's take all of these albums and let's put it in. Let's put it in. Let's take all of these albums. Let's put it in Claude. Let's see. Six. Let's see. No, stop. Copy. Six. Rock La Familia. Okay. Let's see. Can you give me the first week album sales for all these albums in the year 2000? Trucker hats. Okay, so first week sales, right? So the only two albums that Jay-Z beat in first week sales was Dr. Dre's 2001 and Stankonia in first week sales, right? Excuse me, in Country Grammar, first week sales. Marshall Mathers' first week sales was 1 million, was 1.7 million, right? What was the total sales for the entire year? Look at that shit. At the year-end mark, Eminem 7.9 million, Marshall Mathers LP 7.9 million, Country Grammar 5 million. Dre 2001 3 million. And then there was X 3 million. Outkast 2 million. Jay-Z 1 million. 1.6. What's the overall total to date? So, to date, the Marshall Mathers LP is diamond, 12 times platinum, 12 million. Country Grammar, Nelly, diamond, 10 times platinum, 10 million. Dre, 2001, 6 times platinum, 7.9 million. Stankonia, Outkast, 5 times platinum, 5 million. And then there was X, 5 times platinum, 4.9 million. Jay-Z, The Dynasty, Rock La Familia, 2 times platinum, 2 million. What was the number one album of 2000? Damn, they talking about NSYNC. No. Number one rap album. Marshall Mathers LP. So why did Google tell me that Jay-Z have a number one album in 2000? Both things are true. They're just measuring different things. Number one album usually means topping the weekly Billboard 200 chart. And Jay-Z did exactly that in 2000. The Dynasty, Rock La Familia debuted number one when it dropped on October 31st, 2000. That 557,789 first week number we discussed. He also had volume 3. See, this is how they do the bullshit. This is how they do the bullshit. Now, I don't do this Billboard shit. To me, having the number one album in a year means you sold more than everybody else. Not you had the most sales in this week or in that week. I don't do all of that goofy shit. I don't do all of that goofy shit. Who had the top album of that year? Because if you're going to say that somebody dominated several years, how are you ranking that they dominated? Dominating means you sold the most out of everybody. See, that's the games they play. So then he can say, oh, I got 15 #1 albums. Like, okay. Okay.
It's that time again. We going up.
It's time to read the super chats.
Let's see. Who do we got? Shout out to my man AJ. He said Jada Kiss in my top 5 dead or alive. No doubt. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Malcolm. He said keep up the hard work, AM. Shout out to Big Waves. He said Beano Nation forever. Let's see. Shout out to Tony251. Appreciate you. Shout out to Omar. He said a little something for your troubles. Trust. Shout out to Orlando. He says salute, brother AM. He is a clown. Beano Nation. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Tahiri. Says support. Shout out to INP. He says salute to the light skin god AM. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Hollow Ninja for the membership. He said, God bless the whole chat. Jesus Christ is Lord. Shout out to Sir Tice. Says salute AM. Shout out to, I don't know how to pronounce that, but I appreciate you. Shout out to Knowledge. He said, play problems, AZ. Let's see. Shout out to Andrew. Said, I can spare a little something. Shout out to David Beats. Says, salute from Mexico, Angryman. Love your work. Appreciate you. Shout out to Jordan. He said, when Jay-Z said the line with that's where he lost me. He didn't even stab Shout out to C-Train. Said, I'm so happy niggas finally waking up about Jay. Shout out to David. Appreciate the membership. And shout out to Quentin. He said, in what world do we live in that the man who got jumped and betrayed by 20 people fought them all alone at the same time, but still considered the loser and the one who gotta still prove something? Yeah, that shit is crazy. That shit is crazy, bro. But we've been on here long enough. We've been on here almost 5 hours, man. I'm about to get up out of here. Shout out to everybody that came through, supported the show, all of that good stuff. I'm gonna holler at you guys later. Be on the lookout for me tomorrow. Deuces.
The session is closed. The board is dismissed.
I gave you the blueprint, now go build a estate. Stop arguing with broke, man, stop debating with fate. We don't negotiate value, we dictate the price. You watch the show for free, I just gave you a slice. But the real ones know where the equity lives. We taking everything, we got nothing to give. The manual is waiting, you know where it's at. This ain't a gamble, it's a guaranteed bet.
Build, protect, lead. Go and plant the seed. Build, protect, lead. That's the code we need. Go to the side, yeah, secure the command. The Angryman channel, the standard of the land.
TheAngrymanChannel.com.
Get the shirt, get the book.
Start watching, start working. We up.
The session is closed. The board is dismissed.